Okay, we're here. That was having a bit of a problem with somebody out in the peanut gallery.
Are we now live?
We should be live, going by the look of all the bells
Yep.
and whistles here and things moving
We've
around
just
and all that sort of stuff.
we just popped up.
Yeah.
Hello everyone in the side chat.
Hey Carl. Hey C4. Hey Fred.
Yeah. Hello, Carl.
John. Sean G. Sean G can't talk. He will wake his kids up.
Yeah. Hello,
Uh,
Sean.
Aaron, all you got to do is go into any other Discord that I'm in and just tag my name, right click on it, and it goes message, and then you go to message, and then say hi or whatever, and then it'll pop up as a message on my end.
There can only ever be one.
What other Discord are you in? Are you in Jose's? Are you in Sean G's? Are you in... who else could you be in? What other
Hello, True
Discords are you
Blue.
in?
Hello, Fred Knotts.
There's a multitude of Discords I'm in. I'm even in Flat Earth Discords, Gem Pandas, 24/7, the Ice Wall. Jesus, heaps of channels out there that I'm in. What else
Channel
is
4
there?
can't hear you. Why can't C4 hear you?
Why can't C4 hear me?
Yeah.
Everything's working at my end.
Yeah.
Oh, you're just doing that, C4. You're going to come on here, I know you are. You've said you're sorting stuff out. I haven't spoke to you since last year sometime. What?
Yeah.
No, just yours, but that's supposed to be phone.
Hey, Kit.
Oh, Kit's out there.
Yep, Kit's out there. So is Mippet. So is that John Watson.
Kit, are you in my Discord? Yeah, you're in here. Go over into Discord if you want to join, and you can get the link if you want to come in.
I am the gatekeeper.
Gatekeeper. You're the gatekeeper.
Oh, the
All
key.
it says is gatekeeper of tea. The
Hmm.
word's not long enough. You have to
The
shorten it.
truth.
Yeah, you have to shorten it. It won't quite fit.
God damn it.
Hello, Cheeto.
Oh, and I can never
Yeah,
pronounce
Cheeto.
your name. Anachito,
Pronounce it Cheeto.
Anachito,
Anacito.
Anacito. I'll just call him
Yeah, but
Annie.
he said you can call him Cheeto, he said.
Mm, okay.
Yeah. Or Mr. Mal Don Maldonado.
Well, we want to sort this
No.
issue out that's come up in a little birdie told me that somebody may be incorrect on the internet, and it's not a flat earther. Our own Professor Phil may have said something that isn't quite correct, and we need to sort this out because we can't have people going around telling somebody they're wrong without any actual facts or explanation of why.
Anisitu.
Anisitu.
Yeah, Anisitu.
Anisitu. Okay. That's what she said.
Yeah.
That's what she said. I'm the
It's a
key master.
Mexican.
Are you
That's a
talking to
Mexican Arnie Schwarzenegger.
what's the name of that show? The movie? Ghostbusters. Yeah, I'm the key master.
Yeah.
Send me a Discord link. Oh, Jesus Christ, I can't find... It's easier to find me than what it is for other people, for me to find other people in Discord. Nobody else has a problem finding me. I have had not one other person say they've had a problem to find me in Discord. You're in Gem
My
Panda
favourite.
server. You're in... What other main servers are you in? Team Skeptic. Who else? Fight the Flat Earth. Who else is out there?
What Discord's you in, Aaron?
Yeah, are you in any of the main ones? You must be in somebody. Oh, now he's selling me bloody Gmail. Dear, oh dear. Make things difficult.
And it's his door.
By the time I go through all
So
that,
my
it's only 2 clicks away from a DM through Discord.
Not the old open and closed argument again. They still don't get it, do they?
Who's doing
I
open
just
close
want to
system?
say my favourite quote from Ghostbusters. I don't know why. It's listen. Can you smell something? I always thought that was. I don't know. It really
Okay.
tickled me.
Listen, can you
I've
smell
got to
something?
think of which one that one is.
Dan Aykroyd, I think it was.
I'm in yours, Terry. You're not in my Discord, Aaron. If you're in my Discord, I'd be able to DM you, but you are not in here. Double check, but you are not in here. Server settings, members, right. No, you
No.
are definitely not in here.
No, he's definitely not in your Discord.
No, he's definitely not in here. Sorry, you're not in here.
Brucey Bot is.
You know, he might be completely bonkers.
I
I've
don't
met
know.
some.
I've never had anyone else have problems finding me in Discord.
Well, I have spent significant time in emergency rooms, and some of the staff that I met there were, yeah, just saying.
Oh, Jesus Christ. Okay, well, I can see your Discord. How do I get in then? How can you see my Discord if you're not in it? That's an oxymoron. That one. Are you in other Discords? True Blue, Aaron Armstrong, dumbass. uh, well, I'll show you how easy it is, Aaron. The first 3 people to DM me Discord, how quick it is. Going from now. Show you how easy it is.
I'm in the middle of rolling a ciggy up,
He's
so
saying
I
shield
can't.
your shit. What do you mean shield your shit? Shield your shit's my channel that I use for notifications. Hey Glover Mum.
Hello, Global Mum. Hello, True Blue.
You're an ox
What we've
and a moron. Name that movie. Oh.
Oxymoron?
No, he's saying you're an ox and a moron. Name
Yeah,
that
I
movie.
know.
I don't know. Is there a movie with that same quote?
Yeah, it sounds. I know the quote, but I can't.
Think of the movie.
Yeah, I'm useless at movies. I
One of
don't
the
watch
ones.
a lot. But
What we've got here is a failure to communicate.
Okay, any
another
other
vids.
vids? So he's seeing
What's that from?
my Discord. But I can't see him in my Discord.
Oh,
Well, post. Can't you post in Fair Sucker the Sav? Have a go, you mugs, the voice channel, Mippet, yeah. Hannah Anderson. After, before, and after show. No, it's the
hello,
pre.
Hannah.
It's the pre, before, after show, after show. Something like that.
Hello. The real
Non-sec.
non-sequitur. Yeah, non-sec is there.
You are confusing, Terry.
Stop it, man.
The real non-sec. You never sleep or rest.
I just changed my name. Is that better?
Oh, the gatekeeper. Okay. Just the gatekeeper. Okay.
Yeah, I suppose so.
We seem to be having what's that quote from a movie? A failure to communicate.
What we've got here is a failure to communicate.
Yeah, that's from a movie too.
Cheers, Carl. Glad to put a smile on your face.
And from the same movie, it's a wealth of quotes that I think are appropriate for the flat Earth. The other quote from that movie that I quite like is, "Some men you just can't reach."
Mm.
Oscar with Sylvester Stallone.
Stallone.
Yeah, that's what Fred Knotts is saying.
Oh, okay. Oh, I got a DM. Who did I get a DM from this time? Oh, g'day, True Blue. See, so easy to find me. Yeah, but you've phoned me before, True. That's not fair. I don't think I've seen that movie, Oscar with Sylvester Stallone. What was that about? Oh, I got another. Oh, Mad sent me a thing. Do I count then, Terry? No, you don't count either.
Oh,
Sorry.
right, sorry.
You don't
Sorry, I
count.
just sent one quicker, but I had my hands full rolling the
Oh,
CD.
shit, I've got somebody else that sent me one. See, look how
Oh,
easy
no.
this is. Yeah, Mippet just sent me one. Never done this. If I can, he can. Oh, okay. There you go. Yeah, that's true. If Mippet can do it, anyone can do it.
Ah, the
A gangster
Maxwell
trying to go straight comedy.
The Maxwell
How old is it? Was it back when Rocky was the Rocky times, or more recent? Oh, here we go. I've got somebody else just sent me a message. Okay, can you see me now? Yes. That's why I can't find you, because you had the bloody wrong name. Ah.
It'd have helped if he'd have told you, really, wouldn't it?
Yeah, would have helped if he told me, because it doesn't help. So you're saying that you're in my server? I'll go and check then. Yes, you are. Right, there you go.
Oh, that's the year my bike was made. 1992.
See, that's why I could never find people. They use bloody stupid names and I never know where they are. Right.
Not the bike I'm showing now, by the way.
Right, there's your Zoom link. Now you can come in and explain yourself, but before you do that, we need to hear, because Professor Phil's not here, so you can't talk yet, Aaron, until we pop out the. I've got to get the right YouTube. Now, the right YouTube I've got to find is what one? The Jose or Plain Truth one that Professor was on? Jose, you're saying? Jose. How far back was Jose on today? 5 hours ago? 6 hours ago?
Hello, Aaron.
Shit,
Join
how
the
far
chat.
back? Here we go. 7 hours ago, does that sound right? noise out here. Sounds like a helicopter flying out and landing in my backyard.
That'd be NASA.
Oh, is
Bringing
it?
the check to. Yeah.
7. Yeah.
Okay, now, who watched Jose's to know whereabouts I've got to find Professor Phil come in? Halfway, after halfway, before halfway?
It was. I think it was like after halfway. I think, roughly.
Okay, I'll share it with you, that way you can see where we can find it together. Here you are, Peanut Gallery, you should be able to see that.
Is your mic working, Aaron?
Yeah, mic check, Aaron, while you're there.
You might have to select it in Zoom.
He's got the mic avatar's come up.
Yeah, I can hear him clicking. He might not select the right input.
Carl, Terry Davies, it's actually me. What do you mean it's actually... What are you doing, Carl? I'm busy. Whoa. What's going on here?
What the hell was that?
It was a motorbike of some sort.
Oh.
I was wondering what this noise was. I didn't get to see which motorbike it was for you, Matt. Sorry.
Mm-hmm.
Alright, now, where are we? Sorry.
That's all right. I don't mind the sound of a motorbike.
Yeah.
That's nice. Nice effects for your show.
Yeah. I'll have to play the sound because I can't
spherical,
hear
let's say.
speaking.
Okay. Now, as I say, I can't play the actual video, but as he comes down in
the lens,
it's compressed by.
Oh,
points.
I know that. I know that
Okay.
voice.
Firstly,
I know that voice. Like
He's just trolling me anyway.
oh, talk a bit too.
So, Glenn, if you can calculate the radius of the Earth by...
Oh, everybody's there.
Geodetic
Bob's
surveying
there.
his whole life, and he still thinks the Earth is flat? Wow. Now, I type in that comment and I never get an answer back, ever, not even a hint. Nothing. They ignored the comment.
Yeah, I know. He won't leave his mute button. He won't come to your...
To your eye. It's not the other way around. Now, as that
Oh, here we are,
light
here we are, here we are.
comes back to your eye, it's refracted.
Now, what did
So
Professor
it's
Phil
bent
talk
all
about
the
the
way back from
coronavirus
that object back to your eye.
as well?
Now,
2 miles for the ocean. So you only.
Unless he
want me
spoke
to read
about
you
it
the-
beforehand.
Terry, can you hear me?
now,
It's just
listen,
they
Yes, I can hear you now.
Okay, so my comment was about Terry's. My comment was about Professor Bill's statements within Ranty's post-infecto, which was about 3 hours after he posted it, where he confirmed or was just really silly in what he was saying about the COVID-19 virus now.
But to clarify, was this in the side chat or was this Professor Bell was actually live?
No, he jumped online. He was talking to Ranty and Page.
Oh, so it's not
God
Jose's
forbid.
stream I'm looking for. I'm looking for the
No,
wrong...
it's Ranty's page. So he had Infecto, and then he had something else after that. And Professor Bell decided that he would chime in. And what he said is either very foolish or just really miseducated, uneducated. And the only reason I know that is because I work within Queensland Health and I'm monitoring the virus as we're speaking. And what I think has happened is that Professor Bell has said some words and they were not very well put together, and the Flat Earth have run with it. And I think he needs to have a look at what he said and then get some information and then come back, because what he's basically done has reinforced the conspiracy theories around the COVID-19 virus. And I'm sure that Professor Bell, as a rocket scientist, doesn't have the latest up-to-date information on that. And what he might have said might have been taken out of context. No one trusts Ranty, so.
But could you paraphrase what Professor Phil actually said, just to
So what he
shed some
said
light on it?
was, he chimed in. He was been banned from Ranty's talk stream. He was able to be given a bit of a platform, and what he said was that half of his students hadn't turned up to university, and then they ran with that. Now, obviously, we're going back into university now. Like I'm at uni. I'm doing my PhD, and it doesn't start until next week. So if anyone from China is trying to get to Australia, then obviously we're going to restrict them from coming here because we don't understand the complexities of the virus. So half of his students might have been restricted from coming, but it doesn't mean what Ranty and Page, who is the most stupid Australian flat earther, actually the most stupid Australian I've ever heard on the internet. And
So
what they're saying is that they are basically backing anything Page and Ranty have said about this COVID violence and COVID-19 or Corona, whatever you want to call it. But this is what I do. This is what I do day to day. I'm monitoring the number of cases within Australia and the number of cases within the world.
It doesn't really sound like Professor Phil.
Go and have a listen, mate.
Well, that's what we're trying to find. We're trying to find the actual section of the video so we can actually hear Professor Phil's side of it, and then you can correct or comment.
No. Just like Professor Phil was in your chat earlier, so he's around. He can talk to me about it. Like he's around.
He's at work.
He's at work at the
From
moment.
okay.
From what you said, Aaron, it doesn't really sound like what Professor Phil said was particularly inflammatory. The problem was what Ranty and Page did with information
Phil
afterwards.
Needs to sort himself out and get back on the internet and get back into some form of chat. He has his own channel, and to take back what he said and settle everything down, because what he's done, he's acted really foolishly. He really, really has. He's really, really done nothing for. I'm not even talking about the spherical Earth and globe Earth. He's done nothing for science. He's basically said, if you see a Chinese person and they're coming in, then you need to be scared and you need to worry. And I think everything has been taken out of context. I don't believe the Chinese numbers. I don't believe the number that they're saying is dead is the real number. But what I do know is what we are doing in Queensland and across the rest of the country as measuring who is coming in, what symptoms they are presenting. And I know for a fact what the government is giving us as an incubation period and a symptom period and then after symptom period after that. So I know these dates. I'm not going to dox myself.
Terry, can I be heard?
Yeah, you can be heard, Peter.
No, shut up, man. I'm not going to dox myself and tell you what role I have and what I'm doing, but I'm telling you that what Professor Bill has done, Professor Phil has done, is being very careless in his words, and they've been either chopped and shortened or manipulated or whatever, but they are basically supporting.
Can I just interject for a second? I know for a fact Professor Phil works in Victoria. And my two nephews, who are actually at uni and were at uni today, because uni in Victoria went back about 2 weeks ago. So for him to say that the Chinese contingent of his university, a number of them didn't turn up, it's quite possible. I
Yeah,
also know
I
that. Hang on, I'll
refute
just.
that. Is this Peter?
Yeah,
Is this Davros?
yeah, it is. Just give me a second. Let me finish.
No,
No,
I didn't
Peter.
refute that. Peter, I didn't say that they weren't turning up to uni. But what he said by doing that has flamed their conspiracy. Of course we're not accepting people from China.
Hang on, Aaron. Just calm down. I also know, because my daughter's actually seeing someone from the Victorian Health, or she's actually part of the Victorian Health at the moment. She just came back from a trip from that area of she was on a ship, and she is not allowed to be in contact with anyone for another week. She has been told by Victorian Health that she can't be in contact for another week.
What are you doing? Doesn't that make a lot of sense? You've just been to China. Why wouldn't you distance yourself from the west of the population until some symptoms, if they are there, become available? Why would you think that that is odd?
No,
Why is that a conspiracy?
It's not odd. It's not a conspiracy, and I think you're overreacting right now, and you need to take a breath. I'm just stating fact.
No, I'm not.
I'm stating fact.
I am absolutely fuming at
Professor
Phil. Yeah, listen to you.
He stated a fact. He stated a fact in which you have already said that there's a possibility that it's been taken and misconstrued and taken out of context, but you're attacking him, not the person that's taken it out of context. I don't understand that at all. That's overreacting.
What am I going to take myself out of? Am I going to attack myself, you idiot? He said those words, and they are unwise words. He did not word
Are they
it
factual?
properly.
No, are they factual? Are they factual? Yes, if they're factual, then it's not a lie. There's not a problem with him saying it. You're overreacting.
No, you're overreacting. What he's doing is fueling the fact that this is a infectovirus when it's a normal virus. We are trying to get onto control of it. We are trying to understand it. Do you think that I am a shill that's working for the government? I am understanding
I
this.
didn't say that. Aaron, I know where you work.
No, shut up.
I know where you work. You've told me before.
I went to a meeting yesterday and heard from a very high person with Queensland Health emergency response who told me all of the facts that they have around this virus, and they don't add up to what Ranty and stupid Ozzie Page, the retard, was saying. And then Professor Phil comes in and says 25, 30 words, and they all jump on the back of that. Now, Professor Phil Bell needs to listen to what he said, see if it's in context. If it is, then he needs to get online and reinforce it. If it isn't, then what he needs to do is to say, look, I apologize, that was taken out of context. From my understanding, this is not a weaponized virus from the Chinese government, which has been leaked to a whole bunch of other people. And what Professor Phil Bell did was to reinforce that, to say, I have had half of my students not turn up, and so I would take this seriously.
Just to get this straight, Aaron. I mean, we haven't actually heard what Phil said.
That's what I'm waiting to do. I want to hear the conversation that Phil actually had with the persons involved on the channel, that, if this is the right channel, Randy's Flat Earth Roundtable channel, which was
after the inspector.
Aaron, yes, you've made a statement. You've gave us your opinion, but we need to hear the other side of it. So then we can see the two conversations, that one that was made on live and what you're stating now, because otherwise you're just giving us your opinion about something that's happened that we don't know the other side of what happened. You understand that?
Yeah, no problems, man. Yeah, just go find it. I'll try and put myself on mute, go and have a look. But I think the best thing you do is to get Professor Bell when he's free,
Well, that's what
to
we'll
have a look
do.
at-
We'll listen to the
No.
live
What
stream
I
of
was
it.
saying, Terry, you just interrupted me. What I suggest
I'm
you
allowed
do
to do that.
is to get. Oh, because it's your stream.
Yeah.
Cool. So I'll wait for you to finish, and then I'll talk.
Like I just said, we'll listen to this. We've heard you now. We'll get the two together, and then I'll line up when I can get Professor Bell in, and if I'm able to get you in as well, then we can discuss it later tonight, if possible tonight. If not, it might have to be tomorrow night. Okay.
Yeah, no worries, man. You can find me. I just posted my email address in the chat before, so you can find me aaronarmstrong.aa@gmail.com. Not afraid of any doxing or anything. Can tell you where I work and what I'm doing. But currently, one of my jobs is syndromic surveillance. So I'm working with the CSIRO and looking at how we manage outbreaks of any cold and flu within Australia. I told you that I was involved in safety before, and looking at how we kind of keep healthcare as a safer place. And one of my projects is looking at how we monitor where outbreaks of illness happen. So you remember a couple of years ago, the asthma outbreak that happened in Western Australia with the dust storms? Anyone?
No.
Hello?
No.
No, I don't live in Australia.
No, you don't remember when a couple of people, 4 or 5 people died in South Australia?
Yes, I do.
Victoria? Yeah, you do, right. So what we're doing is looking at how we monitor that and avoid that from happening, because those people were presenting to GP clinics and a whole bunch of other areas, and it all went missed because we ended up losing like 7 people or something, some crazy amount, just from dust storms and asthma. And what I'm trying to do, and my group is trying to do, and my team is trying to do, is to have a look at how we localize those events and say, okay, well, there's, a group of this age group that are turning up to this GP clinic in this area, and maybe we need to try and look at that and understand what's going on there. And there's all these people turning up to this ED department over here, and we try and tie that in all together. So part of the CSIRO organization and the syndromic surveillance that I'm looking at looks at all of these numbers coming forth. And so I have access to all of the people that are coming in and out of Australia with symptoms of this COVID-19 virus. And what Dr. Phil has done, he has jumped in and he's either been muted or cut, like whatever he said was cut, or he just is really uneducated and doesn't know. But what we're doing is we are doing everything we can with the numbers that I believe are true, with how many people are coming in and out of the country, how many people are infected with the virus, then what we're doing seems to be a fair thing to do. I would be very worried about Indonesia, and this is between me and the rest of the people that listen to your podcast, but Indonesia are doing nothing. And a lot of people come through Australia via Indonesia. So I would be worried about Indonesia if I was anyone else. But as far as this, weaponized virus that's coming from here to there, and all of a sudden we get this Professor Phil coming in saying half of my students didn't turn up, then I think he needs to
Aaron, it's not on. That's not on Professor Phil. There's someone else to get out contents.
I'm still talking.
Isn't it? Well, you've been talking for quite a long time.
Yeah, you've been talking for long enough, Aaron.
No, I wasn't.
Yes.
Over the top of you. I will just keep talking. So if I was Professor Phil,
no, you'll
I
be
would
muted, mate.
Very worried about the words that he said, and I would go and talk to the bodies within Australia that are looking after those numbers, and then I would come back and either reinforce them if that's what he feels is true, or I would rephrase it, and so it makes a little bit more sense to the conspiracy theorists that are listening.
Are you
to
just
going to
keep talking?
Well, you did, so why wouldn't I?
Yeah, can you play it, Terry?
Yeah, I want you to. I can mute you, or you can just mute yourselves by just not talking through it.
I won't talk.
That's associated with.
No. Hi, Huey. Where's your avatar, Huey? You're naked.
This transsexual thing. But yeah, if you're a bear, then you're a female to male.
Can you see that out there in the peanut gallery?
Okay. Chunky and looks like a teddy bear. So you might want to rethink what your name is.
So we're joined by Professor Phil Bell. You all right there, mate?
Yes,
Sure.
yeah, I am. Can you hear me?
I can, yes, yeah.
Yeah, okay, all right. So just very quickly, I don't have a lot of time, but I would like to tell you all that at least half of my Chinese students are missing. They're still stuck in China, and all across the country, universities are missing huge amounts of Chinese students. It's costing us an absolute fortune. So I'm telling you now, this is no conspiracy. It's actual. It's real.
Oh, thank you so much. Thank you, Phil.
Awesome.
Thank you.
That's really kind of you to come on that.
Much.
So this is Professor Phil Bell, who works in a university, very highly accredited, who actually has done a presentation on the show.
And he's a baller. So
and he is a ball earther.
On our side. Yeah.
And
he's an objective listener.
I'm sorry to say it, but it's actually true. I'm afraid we're missing at least half of our students, and many universities are even much worse. Billions of dollars of worth of money is being lost because of this virus.
Wow. Have you
heard
anything
terrifying
about the death tolls or anything other than just the people that are missing?
Well, it's the thing about it is that that the Australian government prevents any Chinese from coming here. They have to go through quarantines, the one that are actually citizens. But many of my students are not citizens. They just here. Their purpose to be over here is to study, and of course they're not allowed to come here. So we just have to refund their money. We can't take their money if they can't study.
Of course.
So, yeah, so it's just costing our economy an absolute fortune. I think we're going to lose about $39 billion over this.
Wow.
Wow.
Yeah, it's a tremendous amount. But unfortunately, forget the money. It's about the people who are not getting the education that they want to get. And I would bet this exact same thing is happening in Britain. I would bet that it's happening in Britain, that Chinese students aren't coming in, who would normally come to Britain to study, aren't able to do that. That would be in Britain, in France, in Germany. A lot of them go to Germany. They wouldn't be going there now. It's a very, very serious thing, and it's real.
Well said. Well said. I mean, yeah, thanks very much for stopping by. And
thank you so much.
Okay. All right. So if you can you just, I don't know, I couldn't see my chat in there, Ranty. So if you can just
Yeah, well, when I've actually unblocked you, but if you want to refresh the stream or something, perhaps, and see if that works.
Try it. Okay, not a problem.
Okay.
Anyway, good. Thanks for letting me on, because I really need to say that, and because this is real. Everybody out there, please take this seriously. You don't know the next time that you're in a shopping centre or a mall. You don't know who you're going to be standing next to. Okay. So
exactly.
So don't take this lightly. You could have your kid in your arm. You don't know who your kid's going to play with, who's going to talk to. You don't know, because the people who have this don't know they have it for quite a while.
Yeah, that's the scariest part. They're without symptoms for so long.
That is absolutely the scariest part. So people are saying, "Oh, everybody's afraid of Asians." Well, they are, because they don't know. They could be standing next to somebody who's infected. They don't know. Now, yes, the probability of that is still very low in shopping centres, but that doesn't mean that it's completely nothing. Okay, so just be vigilant. If you see somebody who's sick, just be careful. Okay, that's all I can say.
Yeah, vigilant. Well said. Well said.
Okay, no worries. All right, I'll catch you guys later.
Cheers, Phil. See you later.
All right, cheers. Bye.
Yeah, well, I didn't expect that, because he messaged me on Skype and he says half my students are missing. I'm like,
that's amazing.
From the horse's mouth there. So.
Okay, I'm gonna stick a link in the chat. You wanted.
Okay. So what?
Yeah. So
what did he say there that needs correcting, or he said that wasn't right, Aaron?
So what do you think he said, Terry?
He just said that we've got a virus and we just got to be careful of where we go and who we who we hang around with, especially shopping centres, you know, the public areas, which is a normal health risk to do anyway if you're out and about, especially around flu season time. When you're in flu season time in winter time, you're careful when you're walking around the shopping centre because people could have the normal flu or whatever. So that's just a normal thing people do.
On the back
China's
of,
not letting them travel.
On the back of saying what, Terry? Which is what I said. On the back of the conversation that was going on.
He never said it was anything misconstrued or anything. If they took it misconstrued, that's
Guys, you
down to
do
them,
not
not
have
Phil.
to suck Professor Phil's penis. I'm telling you, on the back of what he has said, what was going on, what do you think people are going to feel and say?
Well, they should have took it as exactly what he just said.
So my understanding of this situation is that you're having a go at Professor Phil because he said something that people may misconstrue, and people may turn and use not necessarily how he meant. Is that the problem here, Aaron?
Yeah, that's exactly what I'm saying. Yes, he was.
That's what I'm hearing.
Either cherry picked what he said, or what he said came in at the wrong time. And I believe that a man of his standing would have a far better idea of what's going on in the country. And if he has the opportunity, I think he should be able to have a look at that and then maybe come back and say, hang on a second, that's not what I meant. That's not what I said. Because it is going to be cut and played a billion times, because he is a professor, by the flat earth community, that this conspiracy around COVID-19 virus is true.
So forgetting this conspiracy part, because at no stage did he mention any conspiracy. He just said that the virus itself is factual, the virus itself is dangerous, that a number of his students hadn't turned up to his class, that a number of his students were still stuck in Hong Kong, and that people were missing and they weren't in contact with them. And that bit there, I know for a fact, is quite true, because I have a friend from Leongatha in Victoria who doesn't know where her husband is at the moment because the Hong Kong government took him, and they still haven't had any contact from the Hong Kong government from and or about him.
Did you hear me say that I did not agree with people not being able to be let back into our country? No, you didn't hear me say that. I never said that wasn't a possibility.
No, he was just underlining what Professor Phil Bell was saying, not what you said.
What I am saying is Professor Bell came on the end of a conversation, and I'm sure his intentions were good at heart, but he is a rocket scientist. He does not know what's going on with the health situation that we're dealing with at the moment. I do. I'm not saying I'm any brighter than him. I'm not saying I'm any cleverer than him, and I'm not saying that he should listen to me. But what I'm telling you is that I am updated daily with what is the situation that is happening in Queensland and what is the situation that is happening nationally. And what he has done is come on the arse end of a conversation with Paige, who is the most retarded flat earther I've ever met, and Ranty, who is abusing her and getting her to say a whole bunch of stuff because she's stirring up everyone. And he's jumped in on that, and in what he has said is it's taken out of context. Yes, he may have half of his students missing, and it is serious, definitely. But is it because those people are dead because of COVID-19? No, it's not. It's just that they're not allowed to travel internationally, which is a reasonable thing. This virus is not a weaponized virus like Ranty told us yesterday. It is a deadly virus, and what we're trying to do is contain it. And we have a number of countries all around the world that are doing their own thing to try and contain it. Are there 400 million people in China who are restricted to their homes? Probably, but isn't that a good idea? Isn't that a good idea to get 400 Chinese people not to leave your homes while there's a virus rampant?
I've got
Are there
to say, Aaron,
I'm still talking.
I don't
Are there
believe.
1,100 people dead?
Yeah,
I'm just going to
you
keep
just
talking because you don't let me finish.
Talk.
Are there 1,100 people? Because I know what I'm talking about, you dickhead. Are there 1,100
that's my
people
point.
dead in
I
China?
don't believe that your
Probably
finger is
not
on the pulse
1,100
like you say
people
it
dead
is.
in China. I would suspect there are far more people dead in China. I don't agree with what numbers China is putting out, but do I agree that there's 100 million people dead? Do I agree that there's 6 crematoriums working 24 hours a day to bury people and putting people in bags? Have a listen to the whole thread that they're talking about, the whole show. Have a listen to Paige. Have a listen to Ranty and the bullshit that they are sprouting. And then Professor Bell comes in and says, yeah, it's pretty serious. Half of my students are missing. Professor Bell
I'm a bit late into this.
to
Sorry,
think about what he has said and take on board.
This is all just your opinion, Aaron. I mean, you're trying to put yourself forward as an expert, and
I am an expert.
I don't think. No, you're not.
I am an expert today.
No, you're not. No. Well, the fact is that nobody.
If you can send me, if I can send you my resume and my
I don't
current
give a shit
JD,
about your resume.
If I can send you my current JD, then you will see the job that I'm doing.
The COVID-19, the COVID-19 virus is in the very, very early stages. Nobody really has a handle on it. So there are no experts on the spread and pathology of the virus. So if
we
you're trying
have
to
a fair idea
convince,
in Australia.
no, you don't. No, you don't. No,
so who do I trust?
Don't.
Who do I trust in my job? Am I not allowed to trust in
Australia is just like many other countries, like satellite countries, if you like, that have a few cases of this virus. To say that you are an expert on this when no one else in the world
is. I am an expert is what we are doing in this country
as
far as checking people that come in and out and what number we have and where they are. So yes, I am an expert.
Yeah, well, you're just
Terry, you can dismiss my resume, but I'm more than happy to send you privately my JD as to what I do from a day-to-day basis.
Aaron, can I ask you a question then?
Yeah, sure.
Is anything Professor Bell that he stated wrong, incorrect, or unfactual?
What he stated is correct.
Yes.
How it was portrayed and what I think he should do next is different from that.
Let's get this right. I know that you want to get your opinion across. My question was anything he said wrong, incorrect, or infactual?
Is this Peter?
Yes, it is. It's Peter.
Peter. So, Peter, if there was a general flu in your town, I think you live somewhere near Newcastle or Adelaide or something. Then
I'm in Melbourne, actually.
Melbourne, cool. So I would say to you, if there was a SARS or H1N1 or whatever was going around, I would give the same advice that Professor Bell gave to the audience today. And I would say, don't go out unnecessarily. Don't do this. Don't do that unnecessarily. But what I wouldn't do is to have his advice tacked on to the end of a very, very conspiracy, paranoid-driven show. And what he has done, accidentally, I believe, I don't believe he set out to upset or hurt anyone or do anything wrong, but what has happened, because I listened to it, you guys didn't even know it existed, he has provided the flat earth community with more ammunition from a professor around this conspiracy that COVID-19 is a weaponized virus that was developed by the Chinese and it's going to kill everyone. So
See,
what I have
and
said from the
this is where
beginning, what I've said, and I'm still finishing, mate. Give me 30 seconds. What I've said from the beginning is that what Professor Bell should do is have a listen to the show. If he agrees with what he said and how it went, then great, more power to him. But if he disagrees, then I think he should put out something else or debate me or just have a general discussion about what he said and why he feels so strongly about it. You guys don't need to get up against me and tell me that I'm a piece of shit and I'm doing the wrong thing. What I'm doing is trying to keep calm and tell you what we know as professionals dealing with this stuff in Australia are the facts. I'm not being lied to. I don't go to one meeting and one thing is said and then go to another meeting and another thing is said. I'm telling you, I've heard from the experts, this is what's going on.
I kind of agree with what Aaron's saying, actually, because what he's done is... Can anyone hear me?
You know how you have, like, flat earthers like Whitsick Gets It and even round earthers like Rumpus, all these people who say, look, I'm an expert in this and I do this and I do that. I'm telling you, this is what I do day to day. This is my current job. One of my current KPIs is to monitor this flu.
Okay, can I just...
Huey, Peter,
I'm not trying to save people.
Can Huey say what he wanted to say?
This is what happens.
Yeah, right.
Yeah, what I was going to say was I kind of agree with Aaron, actually, because what he's done, even though what he said was all correct and everything, he's gone on a crank show and put weight to it. He's kind of, it's like putting your name to it, the nonsense that they were talking. I don't even know what they were talking about. Something to do with a weaponized bioweapon. Is that what Randy's claim?
Yeah.
Yeah, so if they're talking about shit like that, then you go on there, even if what you say is factual and correct, you put your name to it by doing that. It's like he's endorsing it. So I kind of agree
How
with
am
that.
I endorsing it?
No, not you, Aaron.
Not you,
Aaron. You need to calm down. I'm
agreeing with you, Aaron. I'm saying.
Excuse me. Sorry, mate. I'm pretty upset.
I'm
pretty upset. I'm sorry. I'm pretty upset. My apologies.
I'm saying I agree with you, and I think you're right that if Phil Bell goes on the crank show like that, he's endorsing what they're saying earlier on, even though he doesn't agree with them. That's the way it's going to come across.
Yeah. Professor Bell never said. Yeah, Professor Bell never actually said anything as a disclaimer when he first started speaking to what he disagreed with what anyone was saying beforehand, before he spoke and told him his position of what happens.
That was fine, but he needs to find another venue. He doesn't want to go in there and say anything.
Exactly, and that's what I'm saying.
Aaron?
Can he go and listen to it? Can he please go and listen to it? See what context he feels he's been put himself in, or he's been put in. And if he agrees with the context, then more power to, to Professor Phil. I will disagree with him and I'll debate him and I'll fight him to the end. But if he sees the context is not what he anticipated, then can he please do something about it? Because he's a professor. He has many flat earthers that hate him, and Dr. Bob and the whole people, they still hold them to their position, and he's called Professor Phil. So if a professor has come on and said something which agrees with what they've said, then they will use that.
Well, it's not so much he agreed.
Can I make a suggestion?
It's not so much. It's not so much he agreed with what they said.
He didn't agree at all. He didn't agree with them at all.
He already stated it was a conspiracy. He stated it was.
Peter, have you watched it all?
Can I just, since you said my name, I will speak now, and I'm going to start off by saying, Aaron, if you don't want people to interrupt you, give other people time to speak. Don't just monologue, please, because it's very frustrating when you've brought up 8 different topics, 8 different points that people want to talk about, and you've moved past them by continuously talking and going crook at people for talking over you. It's so frustrating for the rest of the people.
Well, I understand that's frustrating.
Number one.
Peter,
Number two.
and I apologise for that, but that's
Professor
not
Bell made a statement that you've found offence with. No, you've just interrupted me. Right? So if you're going to do that, don't tell people off for doing it yourself. All right?
Go on, Pete. Go on. I want to.
No, I'm serious, mate.
There's a
Swap an
lag.
adult
There is a
or
lag,
go
Peter.
home.
Peter, there is a lag. I will stop now. I'll put myself on mute. You tell me when to go. You say go.
Then do it. Then do it. Do it. Stop talking. The thing is, so frustrated and so you've taken this so personally that you've seen things and heard things the way that you want to take them. And I'm sorry, but Professor Phil, everything he said was quite accurate. It was factual. Yes, he probably shouldn't have said it, Randy's round table thing, but everything he said was actually factual.
Yeah, if you
I know
disconnect
for a
disconnect
fact
what
right here in Victoria already that
You're
Go,
dropping
Terry.
out a lot, Peter.
I was just going to say, if you disconnect the statement Professor Phil
Yeah, I'm
made
trying
to
to
the
get to
rest
where
of
the signal's stronger, so please go, Terry.
yeah, well, yeah, till you get a better signal, Peter. If you disconnect Professor Phil's statement from the rest of that show, whatever was said beforehand, in its isolation of whatever Phil said then, you cannot condone what he said, and you cannot pick it or cherry pick it or whatever. But whatever was said before that, that's a separate issue again. You can't connect the two together just because Professor Phil came onto the show and stated what he stated. The other statements that they may have made before that, if they had some sort of conspiracy undertones to it or whatever, Professor Phil's statement didn't agree with any of that. He was just stating what the obvious is.
Yes,
which
exactly, Terry.
everybody knows what's going on. If you want to bring a
Could I make a
conspiracy side to it,
suggestion?
well, that's a separate issue.
Could I make a suggestion?
Yes, Matt.
Yeah, Aaron, as you have a little bit more knowledge and expert views in this field, wouldn't it be good if you went on to Randy's show and corrected him that it's not a bioweapon and the world is just taking precautions because how contagious this disease is?
Yes.
That'd be good, wouldn't it, Aaron?
Yeah, I agree with that. Aaron, yes, if you were able to have gone onto that show with Professor Phil there as well, you wouldn't have said anything to Professor Phil. You could have just said it to whoever the persons were that were speaking before Professor Phil and actually stated your opinion about what's going on, as you see it.
Yeah, and just correct them that the flat earthers are blowing it all out of proportion.
I'm not. Can you guys hear me? Can I?
Yeah,
talk,
wait a minute. Huey got him before you did. Huey hasn't had a chance. Huey hasn't had a chance to speak much.
No, he hasn't said a thing, poor Huey.
Yeah, because people
what stood out for me was how excited Paige was getting just because he was there. She was pretty much saying, I think, by the way she was expressing herself, that Dr. Phil was agreeing with them. And he was saying nothing of the kind. So this is how these things get misconstrued. I don't think he should have gone in there at all with Paige and Ranty. He should have stayed out. That's my opinion.
Yeah, I don't think Professor Phil should have gave his 2 cents worth about all that.
Absolutely not. I mean, it's like going in a hate group and saying anything.
Can I just
hang on?
I'll give you 1.5 minutes and then I'll go, please. And that's exactly what I'm saying. Please, I'm not a prick. I'm a nice guy, hey, and I follow this stuff. And I saw an injustice, and I saw that either Professor Phil was uneducated or he was taken out of context. And that's all I've been trying to do, because I saw him in your text, saw him in your chat, trying to contact him and say, hey, mate, can we have a quick chat about that, either online calmly or whatever. I tried to find him via the university, but I couldn't find an email address or even a phone number. So what I'm saying is, yes, he shouldn't have done that. And he's a good man. I believe he's a very good man.
So you're not picking.
He's getting a little bit reckless,
Okay.
and that was a silly thing to go and do.
So you're not condemning him for what he said. You're only stating that because he actually made a comment, not what the comment was, because what he said didn't matter.
What he said was incorrect.
Oh,
No,
no.
what he
No, it
said
wasn't.
was not incorrect. What he said was actually factual, and from his point of
According
view.
to him,
You already agreed. You already agreed everything he said was factual.
it was taken out of context.
That's not the
Or
point.
he doesn't know what he's talking about.
That's not the point. You even agreed
Why are
everything
you
he said
guys
was
attacking
factual.
me?
Because you're...
When I am a spherical earther and I'm trying to tell you what I am doing is right. I'm not attacking Professor Phil. I'm
But
telling
you are.
you that what... No, I'm not.
Listen to your tone of voice, Aaron.
I'm telling you that what he said was either taken out of context or he needs new information. That's it. He's a good man. He's not a conspiracy. Neither am I. Why are you attacking me? I am watching your show every day that comes on, and I'm a spherical earther and fighting for you. And what I'm telling you what I am doing is I am doing my job. If I was telling Peter or Davros, whichever one is the welder, if I was telling them
I'm a welder as well, so that's me as well.
Good. I'm a Boilermaker as well. I'm a nurse, but I did my Boilermaker apprenticeship 3 years ago. So if I was telling you to use this rod on this thing, or we needed to put the dehumidifier for the rods at this temperature compared to whatever was standard, or I could do, whatever you wanted me to do, and you disagreed, then you would have a point of view of argument. And I'm telling you that day to day, this is the numbers that I'm looking at every day. I'm presented with a spreadsheet that shows all of the infections across the world, how many they've grown by, and then they're not hidden. Like I can see the numbers that are going out of control. But I'm telling you, this is what I do. And I'm just telling you that he should have, or in the future, should look at what he said and either restate it. If he doesn't want to, good on him.
I think
you guys don't need to hold him.
Aaron,
you don't need to hold him up.
Aaron, how many have actually died that you know of? What your statistics worldwide?
Oh, well, I think the number's around 1,200, but I wouldn't believe the Chinese.
No, I ain't heard nothing from the Chinese. I was just wondering what the actual, sort of tallies with what I've seen. That's all right.
So I don't believe the numbers that are coming out of China. No.
China's exaggerating, are they?
No, they're not exaggerating. They're well under what we think is really the numbers.
Oh, they're saying less, China.
Are you taking the piss?
No. You said 1 minute they're saying millions, but you said you don't believe the numbers. What numbers are they actually giving?
No, sorry. I said four millions or 400 million were being kept indoors, not 400 dead.
Oh, sorry, yeah.
So they're saying that 40 million people, if you look at the conspiracy theories, they're saying that I think it's either 40 or 400 million are being kept indoors. So they can't go out and spread the virus. And I think that's probably somewhere within the true amount, yeah. But
I know
are there
China's
hundreds of
quarantined a lot of
thousands
people.
dead and shoveled into pits? No, I don't agree, but are there more than 1,100? Yes, probably.
Yeah, I haven't heard about the multi-millions until you mentioned it. But I have heard that they're being quite strict on quarantine in China, trying to contain it.
So at the moment, the conspiracy theorists are saying that there are 400 million confined to their homes, with one allowed out every 3 or 4 days to get food. That's what Ranty is sprouting. Now, that may be true. I don't think it's 400 million, but I think it's probably within the 40 or 50 million. But that's just my guess. They are saying that there are hundreds of thousands dead. I don't believe that, but I don't believe that there are 1,100 dead. Whatever Professor Phil said, I agree with it. Yes, we need to be careful. I as you guys know, you've heard me keeping all my aquariums, so I was going to buy some pumps the other day. And buy some filters, and I looked, and they were coming from Shenzhen, which is the biggest kind of, place where goods are shipped out of China. And I decided, no, you know what? I don't want a box coming from Shenzhen. It might be in freight for 30 days, but you know what? I don't want that. So I agree that there's kind of like, there is this kind of massive economic crisis that's going to come. And I don't want to open anything from China in case someone has coughed into it and all that kind of stuff. But the information that I know, that I was given to yesterday by the guy that is the expert in Queensland, did not support any of the conspiracies that we're having right now. And
So
for Professor Bell...
Don't worry about that. We'll deal with that later. How contagious is it after you say that you coughed on the table? How long will the virus stay alive on the table, airborne?
So just between... What's your name?
Mad B.
So just between you and me, mate, the information that I've been given to yesterday, it will be 8 days between contagion, so when you're contagious, to when you're going to be able to spread it, 8 days. You can show symptoms for up to 21 days. And then after you show symptoms, there's another 8 days after that you will be contagious again.
Oh, bloody hell.
So do the math.
Yeah,
but
it's not
the
good,
virus
is it?
outside of the body, right? How long could it survive in a box like that?
7 days, 5 days, 6 days, 6 days, 6 days.
Okay.
And I'm not bullshitting you, man. 6 days. That's what I heard yesterday. 5 to 7
really,
days.
everyone should really be quarantined for at least 2 months then, to be on the safe side, sort of thing.
Quarantine from where?
Sorry?
Population. That's what quarantine means.
Yeah.
Quarantine from where?
From the population.
Yeah, but the population has to be showing symptoms. Anyone coming in from China should be quarantined for at least, in my opinion, 8 to 14 days. If they show symptoms, then they should be kept for another 14 days, and then we should be okay after that. That's kind of where I'm reading it.
Can you be a carrier and not actually catch it as well?
Can you be a carrier and not catch it?
Yeah.
Not sure, man, but you can be a carrier for up to 8 days before you catch it.
Oh, right.
And then after that, you're infectious for the period of time, the 21 days or the 18 days that we're saying after that you show symptoms.
Yeah. No, I just want it from the horse's mouth, that's all, because you know what the
I'm not the horse,
like,
man. I'm not the horse. I'm just some nurses trying to
you're closer
deal with it
to
here.
the source than we are, so it's nice to know, sort of thing. That's all. I just like to know the facts rather than because you listen to newspapers and that they just blow everything so out of proportion. You never know when they
The
tell the
information
truth
I
or
had
not.
yesterday was from the director of we call it SHEC. So it's basically like the highest emergency department that we have in Queensland, and we can either stand up or sit down. And stand up means we make them do their job, or we stand down when they don't need to do their job. So they've been stood up for 2 weeks, and what they're doing is monitoring all of the airports within Queensland. So any hospital or airport within within Australia, everyone is being monitored when they come in or out of a country that's within China's kind of area. And they're saying, do you have these symptoms? And if they do, then they go to this place, a hospital. They sit there and wait. If they don't, then they go home. What we're finding out is that the incubatory period for this virus is around 8 to 10 days. So you can have it and not show symptoms but you can come into the country and be sent home and then show symptoms.
Yeah.
While you're showing symptoms, that can happen from another 8 to 14 days. So you can have the virus from day 1 to 14 days, and you can start, or 21 days, let's say 21 days, you can start showing symptoms of that virus. And then after that, then you're either going to get admitted to hospital or not. Now, 20% of people are admitted to hospital. Is it just you and me, or are other people listening?
No, we're all listening.
There's loads of people listening.
We just let
Okay.
people allow one-to-one
So please
conversations.
please, this is between me and the rest of your stream, mate. No one goes searching me. 20% of people will be admitted to hospital. So 1 in 5 people who catch it will be admitted. 33% of those people would be admitted to ICU.
Is there a vaccine yet for it?
No, there's no vaccine. But listen
There's
to
no
what I said.
vaccine. All right.
1 in 5 will be admitted to hospital, and 33% of those people will be admitted to ICU. Does that sound significant to you guys? I'm not sure. Please say yes or no.
How's it compared to all the other outbreaks? Say compared to the SARS virus or
Nowhere near
Ebola.
Near.
So
it's nowhere near close.
So if you have 100 people presenting with the flu on one day in one ED department.
Yep.
So the ED department that I work most closely with has about 400 people a day. Let's say 100 people of those coming with flu symptoms. 20% or 20 of those will go to the wards. They will deteriorate until 33% of those go to ICU. So the biggest hospital I work at is, the biggest hospital in Queensland. We have like 19 to, we can extend to like 28 beds, maybe something like that, if we can find staff. So 33% of 20% get admitted to ICU daily.
So that's 7%-ish.
Every ICU nurse, there are 3 shifts. So in a 24-hour period, there are 3 nurses covering that 24-hour period for 1 patient. 1 patient admitted to ICU will stay there at least 2 weeks. So 1 day is 3 nurses, 14 days is 34, 52, 62, 52, 42. 42 nurses or nursing hours. Nurses can't work 24 hours a day, so they need to do shift work. So we're talking horrific numbers of nurses working to look after 1 patient. So of course my job is to say, okay, well, how can we manage a surge of ICU patients, regardless of what their illness is? Their illness might be a bus crash in a tunnel. Their illness might be a stampede at a concert, or their illness might be this corona or COVID-19 virus. And we have to manage that. And I'm telling you that I am looking at the numbers and studying the numbers day by day. And what Professor Bell said is really not correct. And I'd like him to have a look at it and correct it, or have a chat to me and I can have a chat to him about what I'm doing in Queensland to ensure that our ICUs across Queensland have enough staff, ventilators, medication, all those things to manage it. And if he has different numbers, then that'd be great.
What did he say that was incorrect?
I didn't say anything he said was incorrect. I said what he said was incorrect on the back of what was being said by others.
But the content of what he said wasn't incorrect, right?
No, but I don't believe that Professor Phil would like to have himself affiliated with the conspiracies.
I agree with you on that. I really do. Well, I don't think what he said was wrong.
What he said wasn't wrong, but it wasn't very detailed or very precise or very
Yeah, then I agree with you. I think
it wasn't very well, look.
Are you banned from Ranty's channel, or can you chat with Ranty?
No, Randy banned me ages ago. I was when he was asking ages ago before he took his break, he was asking for flat earthers to come on and every week he was doing like a bit of a flat earth versus spherical earth discussion about the shows that he'd had. And I jumped on there and I said, yeah, I'll do it. And then I had a fight with Riley and he banned me within one show. And obviously, because I'm a bit of a dickhead, I'm not the most articulate person. I don't really contain myself that well. I'm not that articulate. So whatever, up to him. But yeah, banned from Ranty's channel.
Well, for obvious, if you said the sky is blue, he's going to argue and say it's red, isn't he?
Yeah, look, the thing that Ranty's on at the moment is pretty misguided. I think he's really sleep deprived. I think he needs to just take a break and have a look at what he's arguing for. Because while he's got Paige, arguing for him, then
back and forth with Ranty ages ago when he first started doing this round table thing, because he has some flat earther on there saying the gyroscopes prove the flat Earth. It's just wrong. It's an old argument anyway.
Typical flat earther.
Yeah, I emailed Ranty and said, look, I'll come on and refute what that guy said. And he kind of agreed at first, and then he backed out.
Yeah, it's a shame he could go on and correct him, though. He's a bit of a knob, that boy.
Ranty realises how stupid the argument is and how easy it is to refute. I don't know.
I mean, if it's a bioweapon, why would they kill their own people?
Yeah, it's just stupid.
Yeah.
Anyway, yeah, cool. Anyway, you have it.
Yeah.
You have all of my information, and anyone can go dox me, find out what I'm doing, do what I say or whatever. But I'm telling you that not out to attack Professor Bell at all, but the way that he came in, he might need to just have a quick look at that. If he's happy with it, then more power to him, and I'll argue with him in debate somewhere. But otherwise, he needs to just maybe say, look, take it a bit out of context or whatever, because however he came over was just a little bit messed up.
Maybe he could go back on and just express himself, say it's not a bioweapon, it's just a virus, which is very contagious, and Ranty needs to reel his neck in and stop panicking people.
Even if we don't agree with Phil Bell going on there, it's still his prerogative. He can go on if he wants. I don't think he should have done that, but it's up to him, isn't it?
Totally. That's what I said. He can either do it or he doesn't have to. But if he doesn't, then I'll try and debate him and find out why he believes what he believes.
Because there was a time when the Rumpus used to regularly go on to Nathan Oakley's hangout, and he got criticised a lot for doing that. People were saying, "No, you shouldn't go in there, Rumpus. You're just putting fuel on his fire." And I talked to Rumpus, just him and I privately. We had a conversation about it, and I said, the criticisms that people are bringing up are correct. However, it's your prerogative. If you want to go in there, you don't have to justify that to anybody. I don't think you should, but that's not up to me, is it?
The real problem here is the conspiracy theorists. Remember, that's who you should be railing against. People like Ranty and Page.
Yeah, I don't think we should be pushing it towards Professor Phil, because he only just stated his personal experience and what he viewed as what's happening from his experience.
It's like going in a hate speech group and saying something, even if what you said isn't hate speech, you're going to be seen to be associating with them. That's the problem. And that's just my opinion. I do accept it is his prerogative to go wherever he wants and say things, but as long as what he says isn't incorrect, that's fine. It's his prerogative. I don't think he should have done it, but that's just my opinion.
So that's the real contention here, then, Aaron. Is Professor Phil actually going in there on the back of them talking about the virus, and then Phil stating his statement? What he said wasn't incorrect. It was just him what he did by going in there as his
Well, that's my take on it, Terry. I don't think he should have. It's the wrong place to go in and say anything, because you could hear how excited Paige was getting, as if he was agreeing with them. He was doing nothing of the kind, but she saw it that way, and other people will. Did you hear her? Oh, thank you, Professor Bell. Thank you.
You're she did get a bit wet, didn't she?
Yeah.
Hello, Blue.
Hey, Blue.
I know that chuckle anywhere.
Yeah, we know that chuckle anywhere.
You know what's going to happen to the economy? Prices of electronic goods are going to soar.
Now you'll see a spike in it.
Yeah.
And then it will settle. This too in time shall pass.
Oh, yeah.
Well, I choose not to go on any of those shows. I choose not to go. I'll go in the chat and troll them. And I do that frequently, but I'm not going to go on one of their shows and lend any credence to anything they have to say. But that's just me. That's the way I think about it.
Yeah, do you want to stop playing his? Oh yeah, you have stopped playing.
Yeah, I finished. I think that conversation's over now.
He's just typed. I don't know who's talking in there, but someone's just made a comment that it's been designed to kill aliens.
Hey, no
Asians.
Asians, yeah.
Yeah, that's sad, isn't it?
No,
they are really sad.
Flat earthers are often wrong, but they're never in doubt.
You can come in if you want, No Name. You got a link.
Hello, No Name.
Distinct from non-agents, are they?
Hello.
Right.
So agents are biologically distinct from non-agents. Is that it?
Oh, certainly. Yeah, you could easily genetically engineer something to attack only very short Asian females. What? People are idiots. Freaking idiots.
I think we need a video to lighten things up a bit. Let me look and see if we can find something.
Oh, I just had a notification. The Ozzie Perspective has gone live.
Oh, okay. You better go and watch it then.
At least it's quicker than it was after the show.
I've
actually got it during the stream now.
I've got nothing in homework because that's all for tomorrow night's show.
Hey, No Name.
No Name's got a link, I thought. Oh, yes. I'm trying to do 3 different things here. Trying to find a video, send links to people. Try not to let dead air happen too much. You got any videos in the works this week, Blue?
I've been a little under the weather and I don't have anything ready to go. I've started about half a dozen of them and don't have anything finished.
Oh dear.
Head's kind of stopped up and I don't much feel like talking through a video anyway.
Oh, okay.
You could just point.
I could. I thought
Yeah, just point. You just point.
I could.
Just point. You'd still be right, Blue. They'd be wrong.
Yeah.
Just point. We know what you're saying.
just show a video. Just show your face with your head banging the desk. That's
yeah. We'd get the gist of
it. A short guided tour of your man cave and tools and stuff. That'd be quite good. I would enjoy
that. Has been request I've seen more than once, John. And
Yeah,
I may do that. I may do that just for fun.
Yeah, you could just point.
Walk through and point it. Yeah. Well, I don't know what that is, but it's shiny. Look.
Yeah. These are my achoo chisels.
Yeah. I could frighten the flurfs with how sharp my chisels are.
Well, if they could shave the hair off your arms, they're sharp.
Yeah.
Well, they definitely do that.
Yeah, I've seen him demonstrate that. Yes, his knife is very sharp.
My son gave me a chisel to sharpen, and I said, "What were you doing with it? Opening cans of paint with it?"
Yeah. Yeah, the things I think about the things I used to do with chisels before I got into real woodworking, and I just cringe when when I remember the way I used to abuse those damn things.
Yeah, they make a good cold chisel, a screwdriver, tin opener. Yeah.
Unfortunately, they don't cut wood very well unless you want a nice little pattern. And you're trying to flatten something out, and you've got these nice little grooves in it.
Well, when you're trying to chisel out with the mallet and you're hitting it, and you keep hitting it, and it's not going anywhere, might be blunt.
What I should do, I happened in of all things, you guys know what Aldi is, right? Aldi stores.
Aldi, yeah, we've got Aldis over here.
Yeah, we have an Aldi here where I live, and they're kind of strange. I mean, they sell all kinds of stuff, but they sell it. Yeah, they sell a set of chisels. You buy 4 chisels for like $8, and you think, oh man, that must be real garbage. You know, those damn things are pretty good.
Yeah.
If you take them and tune them up a little bit, and actually, sharpen them properly, the steel's pretty good.
Yeah, their power tools are pretty good for the price.
When I was diving for a living, I once or twice I actually bought some. There must have been like end of line diving gear that they happened to have, and yeah, I mean they sell a lot of shit, but sometimes some of the stuff that they've got is actually really good. There was one diving mask that I got from Aldi, which I had for a couple of years. Yeah.
I've bought a bunch of those things. I probably bought 10 sets of them. I got a whole bunch of unopened ones in the bottom of the cabinet, and they're kind of weird sizes, which doesn't really make all that much difference. But one good thing about them is they are so damn cheap. If you want to make one, a chisel, a special width for some reason, you don't feel bad about taking $1.50 chisel and grinding the damn side off the thing. So what?
Yeah, that's the point. That's a good point.
Yeah, I got 3 or 4 of them that I've done that to. I'm thinking about it. I mean, that might be fun. Take a package of those things and open it up on camera and just show how in about 15 minutes you can turn it into a real woodworking tool.
Oh no. I got notifications for an idiot.
Idiot?
God.
Idiot, you say?
Oh, a person that doesn't know what they're talking about.
Which one?
Which flat earth are you talking about?
TNT. I got two. Oh shit, that goes for an hour and 14 minutes. I'm not going to play that.
Ooh.
How long does that one go for? Well, that one goes for 10 minutes. Flat Earth and Tides, the Flat Earth Black Swan again. When's somebody going to cremate this Black Swan?
It was pretty quickly, but they're still keeping it going, right?
Yeah, well, the guy that made the original Black Swan video just went out the other day and did another one, which is nearly as screwed up as the first one he did.
I'm not
But in between times, Travis has gone out there and found, and he was able to make, for Travis, fairly clear pictures of the platforms.
What?
So,
Travis?
Yeah.
Were they actually Travis's pictures, though?
Yeah. Travis was.
Oh, right.
He made the video. They're out of focus, like all of Travis's videos. But,
oh, yeah.
Oh, they're good then.
But they clearly show the obstruction of the platforms. So we got the original Black Swan, and we got the guys, the original Black Swan videographer showing it on a normal day. That's a bad one and a good one. Then we got Travis's good one, and then the original guy again doing another bad one. So I was thinking about doing those in sequence and overlaying daytime, nighttime.
I don't know.
Daytime.
Maybe Travis went there to give the other guy focusing lessons.
Yeah. I don't know.
The other guy's stuff is in focus. I don't know what it is with Travis. I think he spits on the lens or something.
Yeah.
In the Travis sphere, no one can hear you scream.
He gets really excited and starts breathing heavy.
Now, we can either play the Thrive and Survive crap that goes for 4 minutes, or we can play Mr. Sensible's Flat Earth and Tides, the Flat Earth Black Swan. I don't know what he's picked up on. These are all pretty recent, within the last day, so I'll do Mr. Sensible, because I want to find out what he's picking up on lately. Something I've missed.
Cheese.
Welcome back. I'm Mr. Sensible. Recently, Mrs. Sensible and I went for a few days away to a rather nice hotel buried in the countryside. And what do you do when you've got a few days alone together in a rather nice hotel in the countryside? You end up thinking about flat Earth. I think there's something wrong with my life. Anyway, before I tell you about this, some quick thanks to all my lovely patrons. With massive thanks to all my patrons, including new patrons Alice Vangstrom, John Roswell, Tech very much. I think it's best if I just show you what I filmed, and you'll soon understand why I was thinking of flat earthers. Roll VT. In January, Mrs. Sensible and I had a few days away at a place called Slebich Park Hotel. Absolutely beautiful it was, and set in a lovely, lovely piece of countryside. I thought I'd show you a couple of things because during my stay I kept thinking of flat earthers. So you may be thinking, why on earth, Mr. Sensible, would you be thinking about flat earthers when you've got lovely, gorgeous views like this? Well, the answer is the river itself. As you can see, the water is like glass, an absolute and beautiful mirror. But there was something that I had read in the notes that you get in a hotel room about the local area that just made me think, I've got to film this. When I told Mrs. Sensible I was going to do some filming for a video, she wasn't best pleased. But at least she's got this footage to remind her of our few days away, because it is gorgeous.
He forgot to mention if it was in the bedroom or if it was going to be outside the filming.
Yeah.
Now this filming was taken just before a most excellent breakfast, and I'd like you to take careful note of the water and where it's sitting in relation to the banks and the grass, especially against that island over there. Got that? Good, because this is less than 2 hours later after breakfast, and for some reason the river has dropped. Look at that exposed mud against that tiny little island right in front of you. And now, as we see the bigger island, you can see an exposed beach of mud because the river level has dropped. Slebech is on a tidal estuary. Being as this is all for science, we'd have to repeat the observation, so I spent a couple of hours in the jacuzzi contemplating this before coming back out and filming again. And the river has all but gone. It has dropped an amazing amount. Here at Slebech, it drops by 14 feet with each tidal change. Here's a slightly different view, showing that the tributary is now little more than a stream. Finally, here's a pan across the main river. As I said, here the tidal range is about 14 feet. We're not a million miles away from the Severn Estuary, which has a 15 metre, that's 50 feet, tidal range, the largest in the world. Oh, hello, Mrs. Sensible. So what happens is, as you get a high tide, the water backs up the estuary and the level of the river rises. And, of course, as the tide goes out, the level of the river drops. We typically see a diagram for tides like this. We get 2 high and low tides a day as the Earth rotates. The tide is caused by the moon and to a lesser extent by the sun, but let's ignore the sun for now. So with the gravitational pull of the moon on the Earth's seas, we get a high tide, a bulge on the moonward side of the Earth, and at roughly 90 degrees we get low tides. But as we know, we get the second high tide on the side of the Earth directly opposite from the moon. This is a little harder to explain and understand. The moon doesn't strictly orbit the Earth. The Earth and moon both orbit their shared barycenter, the checkered little circle in the middle. Think of an athlete spinning round and about to throw the hammer in the Olympics. It's the same sort of thing. When you sum up all the gravitational effects of the moon, the Earth itself and the sun, what you get is those little white arrows, the tidal vectors. And as you can see, it's quite obvious why you get 2 low and 2 high tides. However, it's not important for this video. The point is just that you get a high tide on the side facing the moon and a high tide on the face opposite. So that's the established science. 2 high tides and 2 low tides each day. Let's try mapping it out. Here is a rectangular projection of the globe Earth. You get quite a bit of distortion at the top and the bottom by the poles, but across at the equator there's virtually none, and that's where we're going to work. So we'll start 80 degrees west, roughly off the coast of Ecuador, near the equator, and we'll mark up the high tide area. Next we'll go to the exact opposite side of the world, again by the equator, at around 100 degrees east off the coast of Sumatra, and mark that up as the other high tide area. Now we'll look at the low tide areas. So roughly 90 degrees from Ecuador and 90 degrees from Sumatra is approximately 10 degrees east, somewhere in the region of the Gulf of Guinea, so we'll mark that up as well. And the final low tide area, 180 degrees from the Gulf of Guinea, is somewhere in the area just south of the Marshall Islands at 170 degrees west. Well, that's all just fine and dandy and tickety-boo. Let's transcribe that onto a flat Earth map. But of course there is no flat Earth map. However, this one is usually and most widely regarded as a fair representation of a flat Earth. So we'll go with this one. So just like we did before, we'll put in our high tide areas, starting with 80 degrees west off the coast of Ecuador. Now 100 degrees east again off the coast of Sumatra, and then our 2 low tide areas, starting with around 10 degrees east off the Gulf of Guinea and 170 degrees west, again just south of the Marshall Islands. Brilliant. So how can this be explained? Let's look again at the globe Earth projection map we've just constructed. So we have our 2 high tide areas, each 180 degrees apart, and our 2 low tide areas, also each 180 degrees apart. And as we know, we've got the tidal vectors, which are explaining it, that are caused by the gravitational pull of the moon. So let's add the moon to the map. Very nice. So we got Ecuador, that's got the moon causing its high tides, and Sumatra has the tidal vectors on the opposite side of the Earth from the moon, causing its high tides. The other 2 areas, obviously, being the low tide areas. So let's return to the flat Earth map we constructed. So taking Ecuador on the left, being one high tide area, why should Sumatra, just across a flat disk, also have a high tide? Why should there be 2 low tides opposite each other? Silly old me, I forgot the moon. So let's add that over Ecuador again. We still have a problem though. That explains why there's a high tide in Ecuador, but why Sumatra? What could be the cause across a plain where there is no moon above? What could be the cause of a high tide there? Well, I guess that some flat earther will come up with an equivalent to the tidal vectors. Some fancy maths, some pretty arrows, and that will explain it. There's a big problem though. You guys don't believe in gravity. Once again, science and reality match. We have gravity, and it explains the tides. But as you flat earthers don't have gravity, how do you explain those tides? That's a challenge for you, and I look forward to a video explaining it. Hope you've enjoyed. Look forward to seeing you again next time. Until then, stay sensible.
Shut up and sit down.
I should have left that for tomorrow night. Oh no. Might have to play it again.
Good old Captain Sensible.
I should have watched that. That's part of my talk tomorrow night about the moon.
There was nothing about the black swan in there. It says in the title, the black swan, doesn't it?
Well, the black swan's that I'd say on the flat Earth where there's no high tide on both sides. I suppose that's where he's relating it to that.
Oh, okay. I think I see what he's getting at. Yeah.
Oh dear. And I'm really sorry about this, but it's 4 minutes and 6 seconds of this guy, so. No, you have to watch it tomorrow, Glover Mum. Tomorrow night's show, I'll play it again. And what was No Name saying about he saw a duck? Saw my duck. Where did you see my duck? I wasn't looking, sorry.
Duck? It's no stinking duck.
Yeah, I always see a duck. So is my duck the swan as well?
Black swan is a lame duck. You're right, Bob. It's not even a lame duck, it's a dead duck.
Did anyone see JM Truth on with Red's rhetoric?
Nope.
That's funny. He thinks that sound and light are the same thing because they're all frequencies.
Okay, sound and light are the same thing because it's a frequency.
Right. They're all frequencies. It's the same thing.
And carry on, John. What else he said?
Oh, I don't. That's what stood out.
Yeah, he seems to think light has a noise.
Yeah, he said, yeah, it has a sound. You just can't hear it.
You just can't hear it. So how does he know it's got a noise if he can't hear it?
Well, to
50
be fair,
kilohertz.
there are sound, I mean, the human hearing is 20 kilohertz maximum. There are sounds that we can't hear.
Yeah, roughly 20 to 20k. Yeah.
Yeah.
Approximate. Some
But
can hear higher.
usually kids will have 20,000 hertz upper range.
Yeah.
As you get older, you lose that, right?
I could hear up to 24k when I was younger. I doubt if I could hear it now.
Probably
You
not.
lose the top end when you get older.
Yes, you do.
Yeah, I might have a play actually. I got an audio generator. I ought to see how high I can hear actually still. But yeah, you don't get any sound in a frequency above, say, 22 kilohertz unless you actually inject it into the carrier wave. It's just no sound. It's just a wobbly.
Magnetic frequency.
Yeah, it's just a wobbly waveform.
That's
all
always
it is.
He was
Sound
on
is a pressure wave.
He had an observation, and MC2 said, "Did you measure the temperatures of the water and the air?" And he said, "Yeah." And he said, "How did you do that?" He did it with his smartphone. He used a weather app.
Well, it's got to be right.
Said,
Oh, yeah.
My phone that does that. He said, "Really?" I said, "I didn't think that a smartphone had a sensor in it for temperature." And he did a quick check. He said, "No, it doesn't. What app did you use?" It turns out it was a weather app. And he said, "Yeah, but when you move the phone around, it changes."
Oh my god.
Well, I learned on Jose's that from Lemon that we can't see the light, down at the bottom of something because the light just gets too crowded.
Yeah.
That's funny, Globermon. I like that. That's well funny. But yeah, it's too crowded.
Yeah, the light just gets crowded out. It's just too crowded.
And two raised mercury to one or something. He says, I don't even understand what he's talking about.
I don't think he did either. Then
he'd already left the chat, unfortunately, because I was asking him. I said, I've gone into untold numbers of rooms in my life and turned the light on, and then turned the second light on, and not once did it ever get darker in there when I turned the damn second light on. How the hell does the light get too crowded? Jesus. Squunched, yeah, that's right. No name. He called it scrunched or something.
Smooshed, he calls it, doesn't he? Smooshed. And it crowds itself out.
it's too crowded down there. That's classic. I've not heard that one before. That's funny.
This is why objects can disappear bottom first, according to Lemon Bird.
Yeah. Why? Because the light's too crowded.
It's too crowded, right?
Too crowded.
There's not enough room down there for all that light.
It all merges and you just see the line. You don't see detail. That's bottom first.
Yeah, he's very lost, Hannah. Oh my word, that's too crowded. Oh, so that's why we can't see into space because it's too crowded up there. I thought it was quite the opposite, actually.
I've got a phone call. I've got to go and fix up. I'll be back in a sec. I'll put the show on.
Good. Let's play the idiot and see what he says.
Well, he's not ranting about religion.
I don't know. I've got sound. I don't know. Is he even going to speak? Okay.
Well, you got to admit he's making more sense than he usually does.
Who's this guy?
That's Mr. Thrive and Survive. That's Rich.
It must be true. It says so in the Bible.
Okay, when I've worked out how my microphone works, I shall talk to you all, you guys. Hang on. I'm just reading the instruction booklet. Oh, it says here, speak into the microphone.
Is this a silent movie?
Yeah.
Pretty good.
I've got no idea what's happening.
Nor is he by the looks of his face.
Completely clueless.
Yeah, I've got no idea.
Yep. Oh, well.
What's he called it? It says update on no refraction, Salton Sea.
And
no refraction, Salton Sea.
Yeah, that's what it's written there.
Which is exactly why you see shit you shouldn't be seeing. It's got loads of refraction.
Yeah, cooking for drivers now. Hold on. Now, if all flat earthers had videos like this, it'd be perfect, wouldn't it?
No, I thought he was going to speak there.
And what this guy reckon he used to be?
Huh?
What
he
did
was
he
a
reckon?
he was a Navy guy.
I think that was a waste of 4 minutes.
Yeah. He's a retired Navy guy. He said he was a meteorologist.
He's a Navy guy and he's declaring the Earth is flat. Really?
Well, well, I'm thinking his job on the ship was so low down in the hull that he probably never wasn't allowed up on deck to see what the damn thing really looked like.
Was he's the one shoveling the coal into the boiler?
Pretty much, yeah.
Or he probably wasn't allowed to shovel. He might hurt himself. Here, you can have the plastic one. Yeah, that was an interesting video.
That's who I did the eclipse thing on the other day.
Oh, I haven't caught up on your latest.
You haven't seen the eclipse?
No?
Yeah, you should. That's typical Rich screwing up eclipses.
Ah.
Right. What have we got here?
But we watched it a couple of days ago.
Glover Mom, I don't think he was allowed to touch the paper clips. He might. Bit of sound effects there. That's cool.
That sounded good.
Yeah.
Who else?
Definitely sounded like a 2 valve or a single.
Antov Petrov's getting into viruses and things.
Anton is he?
Oh, okay. AB Science, is there life on a flat Earth? That might be interesting. Copy that.
Oh, while you're doing that, I'm going to put the kettle on, Terry. Coffee
Okay.
time.
Okay, I'll wait.
Coffee break in the chat.
You can't hear it. I won't play it till you get back.
No, I can hear it.
Oh, you can hear it. Okay. Okay.
Yeah, I've got my phones on. Yeah.
Oh shit! I just lost it. Now I've got to find it again. Where'd it go? Yeah, here it is.
Sun's coming up here. Starting to.
Hit a share.
Oh, that's AB.
Yeah, AB. Here we go.
Here we go.
Here we go. I don't hear the P word very often.
Yeah. Press play. Press play.
That's two P words.
Some of you may remember that a while ago I made a video about how much sunlight each part of the Earth would receive if the Earth were flat and the sun were hovering in a circle above us, like many flat earthers would say it is. Aside from the obvious conclusion that nighttime is not possible, there were some significant climate impacts as well. The Arctic Circle would be too hot to support ice at any time of the year, and places like Australia and South Africa would be pretty cold compared to the rest of the world. But a few days ago, someone came across the video and asked an interesting question. When we check the mass of energy coming from the sun, how long will it take until it runs out of power if it were small and local? I think we would need a new sun every day. And how can we start nuclear fusion if the sun is small, as they would tell us? All becomes worse without gravity. Maybe they can show us how nuclear fusion works with density and buoyancy. I just had to investigate, and I will focus on the first part of that question. Now, my initial instinct was to agree with the statement, so I took a pen to some paper and went to figure this stuff out. As you can probably hear on the audio, it is a pretty stormy day today, so I thought I'd spend some time exploring this. As is normal when doing flat earth related stuff, you have to ignore a lot of things to make sure that stuff doesn't fall apart at the first hurdle, and I will simply perform the calculations based on measurements that we can take today. I will take the current solar luminosity constant and, assuming that this doesn't change over time, calculate how long the flat earth sun will last. We start with repeating these simple measurements from Eratosthenes, being careful to only take 2 measurements so we can retain our delusion of the earth being flat. We'll measure during the equinox at the equator and 5,000 kilometers north of that. We then figure that the sun is 5,000 kilometers above the surface of the earth. From our point at the equator, we measure the angular diameter of the sun at 0.5 degrees of arc, so the radius is 0.25 degrees. This then allows us to calculate the radius of the sun using simple trigonometry, and we figure that the actual radius is 43.6 kilometers. We can then calculate the volume of the sun using 4/3 pi r cubed, and we finally figure out the mass of the sun using the established value for the average density of the sun at 1408 kilograms per meter cubed. So now we have information about the size, location and mass of the sun, but we now must consider the power output. We take the solar irradiance constant, which is the amount of power the sun delivers per square meter at our distance from the sun. Now this is measured at 1361 watts per square meter. By taking an imaginary sphere with a radius equal to a distance to the sun, we can multiply the surface area of that sphere by this constant to get the total power output of the sun. And this is 427 petajoules every second. So we can now take the mass energy equivalence and rearrange it for mass to calculate how much mass this energy corresponds to, and we'll use the symbol capital Phi for the amount of mass lost per second, and this adds up to 4.75 kilograms per second. So we can now divide the mass of the sun by this to get a figure for how long the sun can burn off fuel at this rate, which is roughly 407 million years. This surprised me. I expected it to be quite a bit less than that, but now I'm thinking about something else. Intuitively, it seems rather silly to think that the mass loss rate is constant. It would be far more sensible to say that the fractional mass loss rate is constant. So currently, 4.75 kilograms is being converted every second as a fraction of the sun's total mass. This is roughly 9.7 times 10 to the minus 18. We could use the formula for compound interest to figure out the mass of the sun over time, where r is the interest rate or our fractional mass loss rate. N is the number of times that interest is applied in a period, and T is the number of periods. M0 is the initial mass, or the mass we measure today, and M is the final mass. Now, we will take T in seconds, and we let N approach infinity to get the expression for continuous interest. And we note that R is a negative number. Now we see something important straight away. This is an exponentially decaying function, so the sun will never disappear, but it will become infinitely small. With a fractional mass loss rate of 9.7 times 10 to the minus 18, we calculate that the sun would halve in size every 2.2 billion years. So we can calculate the mass of the sun as a function of time, and we can then calculate the mass loss rate as a function of time, and by extension, when we calculate the solar irradiance, we get this figure. Now, I'm not accounting for atmospheric effects and only considering direct irradiance, not any effects due to the firmament. But let's go to the real world for a bit and figure out how much the sun contributes to our current temperature. We know that the solar irradiance at our place in the solar system is 1361 watt per square meter. So the total power absorbed by the Earth can be calculated by the projection of the Earth's surface onto the path of the light and multiplying this by the irradiance. Only 1/2 of the Earth is exposed to the sun, so we can take the surface area as the surface area of a disk with the radius equal to that of the Earth. So we get that the power input for the Earth is pi times the radius of the Earth squared multiplied by this irradiance. In thermal equilibrium, the power input must match power output, and we'll treat the Earth as a black body which radiates according to the Stefan-Boltzmann law, where J is the irradiance, or the power per unit area put out. T is the temperature, and sigma is the Stefan-Boltzmann constant. But the Earth radiates in all directions, so the power output is this multiplied by the total surface area of the Earth. But we can now equate the power input and the power output, and start cancelling terms, and we can rearrange for temperature. So we see that the fourth power of the temperature of the Earth is proportional to the solar irradiance, and when we plug in the values, we get 2.78 Kelvin. But the Earth has an albedo of 0.3, which means that around 30% of the incident radiation just gets reflected without absorption. So we can introduce that into our term. And we calculate 255 Kelvin, or minus 18 Celsius, which is the Earth's black body temperature. The actual average temperature is 288 Kelvin, or 15 Celsius, and this extra temperature comes from greenhouse effects and other processes. But let's go back to our flat Earth scenario and this graph, because we can use these values to calculate the black body temperature throughout history. Now, I am aware that the way we derive the black body temperature as a function of solar irradiance is based on the heliocentric model, so it may not be obvious how we can still use it. The reasoning is quite simple. The average irradiance over the surface of the Earth is the product of the sun's power output and some geometric factor f, regardless of the geometry of the system. And with the black body radiation law, we can simply state this. Or we can write it in terms of the sun's power output and that geometric factor f. If we accept that this expression yields the correct result of 255 Kelvin, and if we set P as equal to 0, this expression is also equal to 0, and we accept that this geometric factor is independent of the sun's power output, then we conclude that all of this is a constant and its value is the same for the flat Earth or the heliocentric model. It doesn't matter. Now, this is one of those things that you shouldn't actually look into too closely if you want to convince yourself that the Earth is flat. But back to our graph where we calculated the black body temperature of Earth over time. But to put this on a more intuitive scale, we'll convert to Celsius and focus on the history. I have also added a line to bring in the greenhouse effect, but I'm just adding a constant value based on today's greenhouse effect, and I'm ignoring that it would have been far greater on the early Earth. It would be interesting to properly calculate it, but this is tricky and the point comes across rather clearly if I just use this simple fudge. And we'll stick some key events for the development of life on Earth on this graph. Now, when we look at these temperatures, you don't really have to suspend disbelief for the Hadean period, as it was a pretty hot time. Even for the first single-celled life, it is not that incredible. After all, extremophiles do exist. However, when we get to photosynthesis, this all falls apart. Photosynthesis relies on enzymes which are pretty temperature sensitive, and the black body temperature of the Earth is already on the upper range at which photosynthesis can happen, and organisms would have been too simple to have complex temperature control mechanisms like the one we see today. If we then introduce the greenhouse effect, it all gets pretty messed up. Now, I must reiterate, the orange line just shows the added 33 degrees due to the greenhouse effect that we observe today. This would have been far more back then, with more greenhouse gases and, in the flat Earth case, far greater solar irradiance. Now, without this photosynthesis, the atmosphere would not become oxygen-rich and eukaryotic cells would not really develop. Eukaryotes can exploit anaerobic respiration, but they don't really survive for a very long time as the waste products are very nasty. Well, some are more fun than others. Without eukaryotes, there would be nothing to develop into multicellular organisms, and by extension, no plants, fungi, or animals would develop. So all in all, based on these calculations, it seems that it's pretty unlikely that complex life would be possible on a flat Earth. So how would we square that with a lot of flat Earth claims? The only one I can think of is that the Earth is actually only 6,000 years old, and all of this is moot because magic. So that was it, really. There are a lot of things that I didn't consider, and as a result, these calculations are based on pretty contrived situations. Now, I am sure that people will point them out in the comment section and probably think of other things to explore, but just remember that we are dealing with flat Earth here. So with that, I would like to thank my patrons, who are Thomas Miller, Kate Ebneter, Walter Bislin, Johnny Ragadoo, Mike Harris, Paul Bates, Adalbert Red, and I hope that I pronounce this right, Radek Stajny, Paul Schnus, Stan Zastev, Cy Blacklock Hughes, Stringer News 1, Richmond Clemens, Duranku, Ugly German Tris, Kai Brooking, Michelle Randall, and Lucas Schmidt. You guys are awesome, and you really help me maintain my channel. Now, if you have any thoughts, comments, or if you want to tell me how wrong I am, then I am all ears, and leave a comment below. Thank you for watching, and you will catch me soon.
Yeah, later, Ivan.
Oh, is Ivan going?
Yeah.
Okay.
That name rings a bell. A rotary, I believe it has 1,000, it could have been 1,200 cc. Van Veen motorcycles, Dutch. Gorgeous looking thing.
What are you talking about?
Van Veen. I could get it wrong though. I normally am. His surname just reminded me of a motorbike made when rotaries were all a thing at one time.
Now, did we get all that? Well, part of it.
Yeah.
Part of it.
Sort of, yeah. He's got a really mellow voice, hasn't he?
Yes, he's just got a mellow voice.
Mono.
Yeah, monotone. Yeah. You're like a monotone.
Yeah. It's cool though.
What else we got here? Haven't had much come in the last couple of days. I might have to scroll back up a bit. Got here. Oh, where's Wally? Where was that? That's yesterday.
I got a tip actually. I just thought I'd like to tell everyone. Don't hoover your house whilst wearing headphones listening to music. I've just done mine top to bottom, and when I finished and put the hoover up, I realised I didn't have it plugged in.
Oh dear. How far back do I got to go for anything? No, we don't want. Don't want that. We don't need that. Yeah, we've done that. Okay, come back down. Back down. Come back down.
Hello, where's Wally?
Park. Where's a Wally? Oh, there's a Wally. ASMR voice. Yeah. Now we binge watched your shows a couple of nights ago, Wally. If you got nothing out, you say my name and I appear. Okay. Yeah, but not on the panel. You don't. We don't believe you're real. We think you're just a figment of somebody's
Hey,
imagination.
Terry, you know how we were talking about the Southern Cross the other day, and how I gave that bit of a explanation on how to work out south?
Yes.
Where's Wally might have borrowed that, I think.
Oh, do you think he's plagiarising your?
No. I just think he may have mentioned it after I mentioned it the other night. That's all.
Oh, you mean you actually taught Where's Wally something?
I bet Where's Wally to the punch.
Well, he does have a recent video that I don't think we've seen. Going by the look of that one. Going back up. Where's Wally posted yesterday 7 PM? No, I wouldn't have that. So we'll pinch that.
Take off.
That's Wally ready to go. Anything else? Wally.
You got to put an input resistor on that op amp, Wally.
Yeah, bit more negative feedback.
You check out Rudolph with talking to what's his name, Brian's Logic.
Yeah, just tying hard in it.
That is funny.
Brian's Logic. Oh my god. Yeah.
So funny.
Brian's Logic. That's
yeah. Space. We've got a casual.
Shit. Okay. You squared that guy's IQ, you'd still be an idiot.
I was going to say if he had another brain cell, he'd almost be stupid. Side of the Southern Cross. Fine song by Black Sabbath.
Professor Dave explain.
Yes, he was. He kept on and on and on at him, didn't he, Wally?
Was that a more recent one, or we're talking about the same one as from the other day?
It's the same one, I think.
Yeah.
Probably. He just wouldn't let it rest, would he?
Oh, you mean the South to Beast sunrise stuff?
Yeah. Yeah, but where's my son? He says, no, it's not where you think it is. He said, well, yeah, it is. It's in the southeast.
Well, it moved.
Yeah, but that's not where it's supposed to be. It's supposed to be north. No, it's supposed to be southeast. Yeah, but you're not understanding the situation. He said, no, I perfectly understand well. It rises in the southeast.
I live in Australia and I see it's set regularly. What are you talking about?
He's trying to prove it, didn't he? He said, prove it.
Yeah. He said, well, you used to live in Australia, didn't you, Brian? Yes.
7 degrees off of north. That's east. I know where east is. What do I need to prove?
Yeah. Yeah, I know where east. Well, how can you prove where east is? Well, look east.
This episode is.
Yes, I
use a compass.
I use a compass and I find where south is, and then I go 90 degrees from that, and that would be east or west.
Yeah.
Usually.
Yeah, that works for me. It's worked for sailors for the last, 200, 300, 400 years?
Yeah, no, he's...
And then you start going on about the analemma as if it had anything to do with it, you know?
I'll be honest, I don't think he even knew what he was on about.
Okay, I got four videos. Pick a number between 1 and 4.
Right.
Or actually between 0 and 5, if you want to be technical.
All right. Oh yeah, we're not allowed to vote in the panel, are we?
No, the panel's not allowed to vote.
No. I'm not going to influence the side chat by saying a number. But any number between 0 and 5, apparently.
2? Okay. Technically, is Mippet on the panel if she's in Discord listening?
No.
No, she's not in the live chat.
She's not in Zoom.
Okay. Oh shit! I've got to count. Who's counting it? Because I can't see them all in one go to count them.
Oh jeez,
Chris
hang on.
says 15.
2, 3, 2. I think 2's are winning.
I like Vroom Fondell.
I think 2's are winning. We got 3 2s yet? Because 3 2s win.
Hello, Vroom Fondell.
Yes, there's more than 3 2s.
Okay, 2's 1.
5 raised to the power of 0.
2.
5 divided by 0.
Okay.
I'll go with 69. Evil NASA and the history of evil satellites.
This is, you can blame Casual Spacehead for this.
Oh, right, yeah. All right, we'll stick it on the tab. Play.
7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
One, 2, 3 plus 1 equals 15.
Vroomfondle thinks this was Mr. Sensible, but it's not. A bit late.
I'm not subscribing to an evil channel.
Is Casual making us read everything?
Yeah, he's getting lazy in his old age.
Apollo 8 was the first manned spacecraft to leave low Earth orbit and orbit the moon.
Yep.
Taking first Earthrise images while orbiting the moon.
All of it's CGI, none of this is real.
Yeah, it looks like it could be CGI.
Cartoon Sam says, don't start, Sam.
Ooh, Skylab.
Oh, I saw Skylab crash.
What, live?
Yep.
$16 divided by 2 cubed. John?
I don't know, John's still trying to do math, is he?
That'd be 4 now.
Yeah, that'd be 4,
16.
yeah. 2 cubed is...
2 cubed would be, 6.
Yeah.
So 8.
Yeah, 8.
Answer's 2.
2 plus, 2 plus 2 plus 4. Yeah. Damn.
Damn math.
Yeah, I done a flurfer then.
The satellite's going the wrong way.
It's clever how they have all them names labelled on the satellites so they know what they are.
Hmm.
Is it like a big banner?
Yeah, it might be just a banner sticking out the side of it.
Ah, right.
It's like those cocktail flags, Mad.
Oh, right. Yeah, I'm with you. Yeah.
So whenever they go up there with a fistful of cocktail flags and just stick them in each of the satellites.
Yeah. Do that. Do the news crew, what are sitting up there waiting for rockets to be launched, actually put the flags in?
Oh, geez, they got close to hitting then.
Cool.
Was it the film crew or is it just the guy with the gaffer tape?
I want to know how the film crew that are when they're in space doing the footage, how they keep their tripod stable.
I know, it's amazing, isn't it? They must have special anti-gravity tripods. Where Wally's just made messages, Terry.
Oh, where's Wally said, Terry, did you see Simon Dan is going to play my 3? That guy proofs video tonight. No.
Oh, cool.
We haven't seen that yet.
No.
Yeah, but it wasn't 3, Wally. It was 5 in the end, wasn't it?
Oh, right. That's interesting, Peter.
You read that, did you?
Yeah, I just see it, yeah. No surprise there, then. Hey, Peter.
Yeah, well, someone's not doing their job properly, isn't they?
Yeah.
So that's one of the reasons why it unfolded the way it did.
Yes.
Yeah, good call, John. What guy?
Yes, what guy?
Yeah.
It's
Thanks to Wally and Blue.
Yeah, it's what guy now? Thanks to Wally and Blue.
I think you two should just gang up on one flirter every month until they delete their channel. You two would be a much better place without them.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Oh, hang on. He didn't show us a return. He can't keep taking off without having a return to Earth.
Yeah, he doesn't return.
No. I reckon he's a twin.
I think he done something. What we got left? Yeah, I've got your video here, Wally. That guy 3+2 proofs to rule them all. Happy Valentine's Day and channel, please. And I've got
-4 degrees.
Isaac Arthur for postponing the heat death of the universe. And Professor Dave explains. I got no idea. Something IT/JEE chemistry practice number 30 spontaneity. That's Professor Dave. So 1, 2, or 3. And I'll mix the tabs around so you don't know which tab I've got for 1, 2, or 3.
Are you shuffling them in your hands?
No, I shuffle the tabs around. I just slide the tab across. And I just keep shuffling it across. So I don't know what order they're in.
Is this our choice or is it?
No, the peanut gallery.
The peanut gallery again. Just say get all the good choices.
I know.
They do, don't they? We've got a 3. What else are we going to have?
2.
A 2, yeah. Are we going to get a 1?
If we get a 1, then we have to wait for 3. Yeah, no, what guy? Yeah, which guy? What guy?
Which
Oh,
guy?
yeah, there's the 1.
1.
Oh, we got 2.
Cheers, John.
Hey, Blue, you're not counted.
That's cheating, Blue.
Don't look
Stop
at Blue's
cheating, Blue.
count.
No, can't count Blue.
Yeah,
Okay, take it away.
We got a 1, 2, and a 3. DOS. What's DOS? No name. Uno, dos, tres. Oh, that's 2. So we've got 2 2s, 2 1s.
Well, we did a 3 and a 2.
3 is way over the peanuts. Well, we've got 3 3s, have we? No, got 3.
Well, there's another 2.
We got 2 2s.
I reckon
2
2.
Oh,
It looks like
no.
2.
No, we got another 3.
Oh, jeez.
Yeah, we need another 2. We need another 1 of any of them. Doesn't matter which one. Depends who votes.
Which is it going to be?
Yeah, which one's it going to be? 1, 2, or 3 is the break point here.
Well, we've probably run out of people. No, there's 28 out there.
Yep. Oh, don't tell me no one can count higher.
Take
1.
my shoes off.
There you
1.
are. 1 1. Okay, 1 1. That's 1. I didn't
1
move
1
them around. So this is
1
where
1
they
1
are
1.
now. This is where they sat when the voting started. Here we go.
Oh. Is this Dave?
Professor Dave explains.
Yeah.
Okay, let's try a question relating to spontaneity. Consider the conversion of limestone to lime. So we have calcium carbonate, CaCO3, yielding calcium oxide, CaO, and CO2 gas. The values of delta H and delta S are 179.1 kilojoules per mole and 160.2 joules per Kelvin, respectively, at 298 K and 1 bar. Assuming that these values do not change with temperature, what is the temperature above which conversion of limestone to lime will be spontaneous? So we need to know some things about Gibbs free energy, enthalpy, entropy. We need to know how those values correlate. We need to know something about the conditions within which a reaction will be spontaneous. So go ahead and check out my tutorial on Gibbs free energy if you need some review, and when you're ready, give it a try.
No one going to guess?
I'm still punching it into my calculator.
42.
So the first thing we have to remember is that reactions are spontaneous when delta G is less than 0. So we need delta G to be negative in order for a reaction to be spontaneous. So if we have delta G equals delta H minus T delta S, and we need delta G to be less than 0, then we also need delta H minus T delta S to be less than 0, because those are equivalent. Now, because we're trying to figure out the temperature above which conversion of limestone to lime will be spontaneous, that means we're going to be solving for a temperature. So let's rearrange this inequality to solve for temperature. All we do is add T delta S to both sides and then divide by delta S, and we get T is greater than delta H over delta S. So we can just go ahead and plug in the values that we know. Now we have 179.1 kilojoules per mole for delta H, but our entropy value has joules. So these are going to need to agree. Let's just go ahead and multiply this one by 1,000. That way we'll have it in joules. So 179,100 joules per mole. And then we can divide that by 160.2 joules per Kelvin. That way the joules will cancel. And we end up with 1,118 Kelvin. So that means
I wish they'd stop saying my middle name.
The enthalpic unfavorability, we see that this is endothermic, right? 179.1 kilojoules per mole. This is an endothermic reaction, which we typically expect to not be spontaneous. However, it is entropically favorable. We're producing more substances. We're producing a gas.
Terry, when you said this was going to be about being spontaneous, I thought it was going to be dating advice or something.
It happens to be this value, 1,118 Kelvin. Above that temperature, this will be a spontaneous process.
Thanks for watching, guys. Subscribe to my channel for more tutorials. Support me on Patreon so I can keep making content. And as always, feel free to email me, ProfessorDaveExplains@gmail.com.
Oops. The peanut gallery nearly got to see what order I had the last two in. I've got to mix them around now.
Bob Singer says, I hate maths, and I voted for this.
It wasn't nothing to do with dating advice, Terry. What are you?
I'm sorry. I'll give you a refund.
Okay.
So, the next time you want to build a lime kiln, you now know everything you need to know.
Well, now you can explain it to me.
They just need to teach you how to build the lime kiln now.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, that's easy.
Yeah.
It was while he said, "Just bring this up on a date, and you're in."
Yeah.
Okay, one or two left.
Oh, well, we've got Simon Dan's video. Are you going to?
Oh, have we? Have we got a Simon Dan? I better throw that in the mix.
Yeah.
Wait a minute, where do I go to find that? That should be my notification.
That should be in your notifications.
It should
or
be.
on Simon Dan's channel.
Yeah, but I've got him shilling in Shill Your Shit.
All right.
If he's got one, it should have came in. How long ago? A couple of days ago, or? Because I haven't got it showing.
I don't know. Mippet said he just posted, so.
Your bot mightn't have picked it up yet because it's Flat Earth Friday, Terry.
Oh, that one, yeah. Okay.
So it'll be first up. It'll be first up, like UK first up in the morning. So your bot may have not picked it up yet.
Okay, well, I'm going to have to find it the old-fashioned way.
I'll get it if you want. Well, yeah.
Are you sure that's okay?
Yeah.
You're not going to strain yourself too much?
Oh, it's my finger that I'll be straining, so it's fine.
You can't have 0, John.
Who voted 0? Wait a minute.
My maths.
Somebody threw a spanner in the works. I've got another video, so it'll have to be 1, 2, or 3.
Oh, no, sorry. No, my maths was shit again.
Oh, you can do one while I find.
It says here it'll come out later on.
Yeah, it's not out yet.
Oh, it's not out yet?
I don't think so. Let me hit the refresh button and just make sure. Unless he released it on his other channel first.
Oh. You're talking about Simon Dan?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, I'll have a video notification for that, and it's not up yet.
Yeah, it's not up yet.
What's his name of his other channel?
Tinfoil Tuesday.
I can't remember what his actual other channel's name is.
No, he ain't got nothing up yet. He's only got Nathan Oakley about vaccines. So
You put Ruhif and Brian on again. I wouldn't mind listening to that one again, Terry. At least it's funny.
What's that?
Ruhif and Brian's Logic. At least it's funny.
yeah, we've seen that one.
Yeah, we've seen that one.
Again, I'd do that again.
He'd like to watch it again.
I would watch it again.
Just rub it in even more.
I don't even know if I've got it saved. That one, because I'd have to find which one where it is.
Ruhif's channel, not Ruhif. Where's Wally has it. About 3 uploads back. It's quite recent.
Well, anyway, we'll pull the band-aid off this one, and then we'll watch Where's Wally last. Oh, this one goes for a bit longer. Who's Isaac? Who nominated Isaac Arthur to be in my shill?
Oh, I don't know. It wasn't me.
It goes for half an hour. That's a bit long. We might not play that. It goes too long. Okay, I've got a Where's Wally, and somebody on the panel requested to hear the. So while somebody finds that, I'll play Where's Wally. What was it? Whose channel was it on? Where's Wally? Was it on the Where's Wally? Was it?
What, Ruhif and Brian's Logic?
Yeah.
Yeah, yeah. Where's Wally has it?
Yeah, well, I can't search it while I'm playing, so I'm gonna have to.
Right.
Okay.
He only just put it out the other day, so just give me a moment.
Okay. Alright, here's Where's Wally.
We can see everything, Terry.
This video with
What's wrong?
We can see all your OBS and everything, your desktop.
Can't see how.
You're in the wrong screen, Terry.
Now we can see the smug face of Peter. Oh, no, he's gone.
Is that better?
That's better. Yep, that's better.
3 proofs was made for that guy. Remember the guy who said he'll be here?
What guy?
Let me know what you think. I'll be here.
He's no longer here. G'day everybody, Where's Wally here? Here's the 3 proofs that hopefully took him down, plus the 2 I was going to poke at him later.
I have a daytime full moon. I've modeled, proved it doesn't work on the globe model.
The crux of that guy's claim is that the full moon is visible in the middle of the day, hence daytime full moon, hence the Earth is flat. But the thing to note is that the full moon is a point in time. In this case, it was actually 1615 UTC. So before that, the moon is waxing, and directly after that, the moon is waning. It's just a single point in time when it's a full moon. But we do tend to assign the term full moon to a whole day in which the full moon happens. Now, the only reason that the full moon was above the horizon at 1:25 p.m. was because this was Stockholm, and Stockholm is quite far north. Anyway, Wade went and made me a couple of little animations for this thing here. So he's basically gone and had a look at Stockholm in 2005 in December, and have a look at those angles. Look where the moon is and look where the sun is. So you can see that the moon is above the, you can see that the moon is visible for like 16 hours of the day. And we said, well, what happened if you go about 500 to 1,000 kilometers further north? Oh, now this is where it gets really interesting. See, now that the moon is visible for the full 24 hours, and I love how it almost disappears below the horizon, but doesn't quite. So how about that guy?
Just tie a knot in it.
And I also wanted to show you that this coming full moon at the North Pole, the moon is going to be up all day for a full 24 hours. Well, I'm going to call that number 1 done. There is absolutely no reason why that moon is anything to do with breaking a globe Earth at all. Sorry, that guy. You got nothing. You got nothing except...
You got me, Wally. Gradient of a gas or fluid with no container. Debunks the globe model.
Pressure gradient without a container. Too easy, barely an inconvenience. Firstly, we're going to remind that guy that he has already acknowledged that there is a pressure gradient.
The weight of the atmosphere above creates pressure below, just like swimming in a swimming pool or being in a dog pile. Common sense. To have gradient of a fluid or gas, you're going to need a container.
He just simply thinks that it needs a container. Okay, so, and if anyone doubts that there is indeed a pressure gradient in the atmosphere, then just check out this video by me old mate Wolfie.
So I'm currently in Perth, Western Australia, at Printer Street, Cottesloe, just near the base.
And my elevation here is probably around 6 to 7 meters. And what I'm going to do now is walk to the top of the hill there, which is the intersection of Avonmore Terrace. And we're going to watch what happens to the air pressure in this Samsung phone. It's currently showing 1012 hectopascals. Now going up 20 to 22, 23 meters, that pressure should drop by approximately 2 hectopascals. So it should be 1010 by the time we get to the top. And the reason I'm doing this is because some flat earthers believe that hotels are pressurized. I did this demonstration previously in a hotel elevator.
What?
But apparently that wasn't good enough. So my good friend Wes Wally has asked me to do a similar demonstration outdoors. And here it is. You can see already the air pressure is reducing. Walking up the hill.
He's getting his exercise for the day too.
Yep. Sounds like he needs it.
Oh, watch out for the rocks.
Yeah, don't trip over the rocks.
Watch out, there's no footpath there.
10.9.
No footpath there.
Another 10 meters will reduce that by a further 1 hectopascal.
Oh, he's running now. Nope.
I think he's sped it up. Shouldn't
Yeah.
do that.
And there it is, just below 1010 hectopascals at the top of the hill. If we go back down, we're going to see an increase in that pressure.
Why don't you just get a roller skates or something and just roll down the hill?
Yeah. He's coming up to the earthquake zone. Watch. Benny Hill music needed.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, if there's going to be Benny Hill music, there needs to be like women like wearing scantily clad bikinis and stuff.
Well, they're just out of here.
Oh, they're down on the beach.
And there we are with the pressure back up to 1012 hectopascals.
We'll keep walking then.
And a massive big thanks to Wolfie for going and doing that. I know you had to walk up and down about 4 or 5 times, but at least you proved you weren't a big bad wolf because you weren't huffing and puffing when you got to the top there on the last run, so that was good. And I was happy to see that the police didn't come to pick up that guy walking up and down the street muttering to his phone all the time.
Yes.
Oh, and don't you think that Wolfie just proved that there is a
Australia
gradient?
as well.
And don't you think that that is not a container of any sort? I think I'm going to call number 2 already done. Thanks, Wolfie. That was way too easy. And as for that lame idea that there is a container somewhere around the atmosphere, I would just like to point you to these things, meteors, meteorites, whichever one is which. They show that there cannot be any container above the Earth at any distance at all. Because as we know, meteor showers are all very well known. They show up each year at exactly the predicted time and date. Why is that? Well, because the comets that cause them leave a dusty trail in the comet's orbit. And the Earth's orbit intersects that as it goes around the sun, and it punches through all that little bits of dust, gets sucked into our atmosphere, light up and cause meteors. Well, during a recent lunar eclipse, a large chunk of space stuff smacked into the moon, and we all saw the flash as it ploughed into the moon's surface. So I think that is container busted too, don't you?
You got me, Wally. You're killing it. And finally, the compass measures magnetic declination, proving the flat Earth as well. I've asked you to do it. Demonstrate it. Measure declination on a globe using a compass. I'll take down my channel, Wally. What's that? You can't? Oh, okay.
Yeah, that brings us to magnetic declination on a globe. This one I love. Now, I lined this one up to show where magnetic south is. or anti-north as that guy likes to call it. I set up the P900 flat earth camera of choice, lined up the centre of the frame to be pointing due south. I also measured the distance from the pool fence to the camera and got 5800 millimeters, and the fence verticals are 75 millimeters apart. Now, doing a little bit of trig, I was able to work out that each vertical is 0.74 of a degree, which means that 11 degrees is around 15 verticals. I counted that far across to the left and put a marker on the fence, and you'll see why in a minute. Now, the P900 creates beautiful time-lapse images that go for 150 minutes, and that creates a nice 10-second video, and any bright lights will stay right to the very end. So at around the 120-minute mark, I got my shaky torch out. Cheers, Antonio, you clown. And I painted the fence and the tall pole at the back with the bright light from the torch. Now you can see that the camera is still aligned on magnetic south. I also used my green laser, not the blue one, but the green one, to point out where magnetic south was and where 11 degrees due east of south was. Those two green lines are about 11 degrees apart and diverging. So that guy, everyone and his dog can see that magnetic south is 11 degrees from the center of rotation. That means I'm demonstrating magnetic declination on a globe, on the globe. Oh, so that guy, the center of rotation is about 28 degrees above horizontal as well, which is exactly the same as my latitude. Well, fancy that. So what do you say to that guy?
Just tie a knot in it.
I think that's number 3 busted, don't you?
You got me, Wally. You're killing it.
And because I can, bonus round. So that guy, I really wanted to point out what you didn't know about the ISS. So much. You think that it was just a plane sent by the government that was modelled like the ISS. Well, of course you know that would not be aerodynamic at all, so there's no way it could fly, so that's gone. Then you question the speed. Well, I'm going to show you exactly how fast it was going. We actually went and measured it. Luckily for me, Ruef, Wade's Underworld, and Where's Wally, that's me, we were all able to do the same thing on the 13th of July 2019. We all just pointed a camera at the ISS as it passed really close to the Moon and Jupiter, and we videoed it. And for more details on that, there is a video on my channel. But here's the summary of what we saw, and it pretty much validates exactly the speed that we expected to see. It also validates the theory that it can't possibly be a plane, because if you can see it in Sydney and then see it in Brisbane 700 kilometres away in just under 2 minutes, it certainly ain't a plane, is it? So that's gone. And then you question that you wouldn't be able to see it from that distance and that size. Well, if you do a few quick calculations, it's quite easy to show. The angular size of the ISS at 0.143 degrees is exactly the same as the 2.5 centimetre H mark written on a piece of paper at a distance of 100 metres, and the trusty P900 can resolve that very, very easily. So that's gone. Well, that guy, that was a very, very weak debunk of the ISS. Hardly even worthy of a...
Just tie a knot in it.
No southern pole, eh? Well, you know, look, I could show you the One More Orbit flight track during its 46-hour world record-breaking trip. I could also show you that it was tracked from space the whole way. I will show you just one photo, and this is a photo that those telescope-looking types really love. Dan will just love this one. This is a star field, and in that star field is the Southern Cross. And us down under types, we like to use that to be able to locate south at night time, the South Celestial Pole. Oh, and you can also see the One More Orbit plane nav lights flashing in the dark. The question is, where on Earth can you see the South Celestial Pole looking straight up? Here's a clue. And if you're interested in all the details on the One More Orbit flight, I have several videos on my channel. Well, there we have it, in memory of that guy, the guy who promised so much and delivered absolutely nothing. Except, of course, there's one last thing.
You need to tie a knot. Just tie a knot in it, and tie a knot in your balloon. For the love of God, you're embarrassing yourself. Let me know what you think. I'll be here. Till next time, keep it flat. Anyways, Wally, it's been real again. This is the last time I waste my time on a pathetic scumbag like you. I'm out.
Okay, so if you liked what I've done here, jump over to my channel and give me a like and a subscribe. I've been Where's Wally. Have yourself a very good 2020.
5-0. Oh dear.
That Earth is really clean. The hotels are pressurized.
Yeah. I didn't know hotels were pressurized. How the hell do they open the doors to the bedroom then?
How much pressure is in what? You go to the top floor and there's less pressure. Okay.
Terry,
Mm.
could I steal the screen for a few moments just to give a bit of a practical demonstration? I shan't be long. I'll be good.
Are you going to show us
porn? No, sorry. Stuff and things.
Stuff.
Just I'll just quickly go over what Wally was just showing before, because I've actually put together a couple of good graphics and all of that type of stuff for it, and plus the video that I did.
Mm-hmm.
It all kind of comes together to show quite well what Wally was explaining about the Southern Cross and stuff.
Yeah. Okay.
All right. So if I take screen 3 right here, share. All right, so you should be able to see my screen, yeah?
Mm-hmm.
All right. So this was that video I did the other week of the star trails or the star rotations as it was occurring on the 9th, I think it was, off the top of my head. I'm pretty sure it was the 9th. So can you see my cursor, Terry?
Mm-hmm.
Yep. So that's the Southern Cross here. And these are the other two stars that will be used in conjunction with that in a moment. As you can see, both of them are kind of rotating off a point that's about here somewhere. Okay, so I'll just pause that. And I'll go to this here. So, and did that swap over?
Yeah, we can see something else now.
Yep. So there's the Southern Cross, and that gives a date indication of at about 8 p.m. standard time where the Southern Cross will be in the Southern Hemisphere from Australia. And obviously it's the same in New Zealand and South Africa in reference to their local time. So as you can see, it rotates around the point roughly here. Now, when I calculated and worked out where my camera had to point, so that I could make sure that the area was clear before I set my camera up, I went out there in daylight and worked out roughly where I needed to get it to point. Now, what I did was I actually pulled out the compass and used the magnetic bearing to work out where to point my camera. I knew that I wasn't going to be right because I know what my magnetic deviation here is in Australia, in Melbourne. And what I did was, then I pulled up this one here. This is a map of the deviation across Australia. So in Melbourne, I'm about, sorry, sensitive mouse. I'm about here. So I'm right on about positive 11 degrees to the compass bearing. So when I set up my camera, it actually worked perfectly. I think because I'm a little bit further east than Melbourne itself. So I think I was actually 11.5, 11.1-ish. So I wasn't, I wasn't too far off. Yeah, so that's how it works. It my magnetic south did not line up with the true south. However, the star trails lined up perfectly with true south, because that's where the Earth is actually turning. It's not where the magnetic pole is.
No, you've got to check your map to see how much deviation there is.
Yeah, and the
from
difference.
Magnetic to true.
Yeah, and the difference between the star trails and your magnetic bearing is obviously your deviation that you're witnessing at your location.
Right.
And for those that are wondering, yes, we do vary from +12 to all the way through to -5 as you go from one side of Australia to the other.
Quite a deviation.
Hi, Stewie.
Yeah. Hey, Stewie's in the chat.
So you want to play? You want to hear Where's Wally talk to Ruif again?
Ruhif,
Yeah.
Yep.
Okay. Why did I do it that way? Oop, not that one. I can't remember which one it was now. Anyone remember the name of it? Oh, Ranty and Brian take on Mr. There we go. That's the one. And here we go. Go. Just for those who didn't see this one.
G'day everybody, where's Wally back again tonight? This is going to be a twofer night. This one is just it's probably a bit of a cheat video because I'm just going to grab 15 minutes or so of Ranty's most excellent Ruhif versus Brian debate last night. It was so very funny because this is when Ruhif and Brian were going toe to toe over where the sun comes up in Australia.
Hey Bob.
Well, look, just watch as little or as much of it as you like because it is just so very funny. I'm still chuckling. It's been 24 hours since I watched it. And Ruhif, Mr. Ice in his veins, he just held Brian's, and Brian had nowhere to go and he just had to keep making stuff up. Anyway, I'll enjoy this, guys. I won't comment much through it, but I might drop an occasional sound effect in here. Let's just see what happens.
Or good afternoon, whichever one it is. I'm not sure where you will be. What's it for you, Ruhif? Probably evening, I would think.
10:30 p.m. 10:30 p.m.
So it's evening for you, it's morning for me, and it's morning for you, Brian, yeah?
Yeah, morning for me, 11:30.
We have a Glober and a Flat Earther here ready to do what essentially is going to be a fight night, although it might just be shadow boxing, who knows? We'll see what happens. So,
Rightio. First question is about angles to the sun. So question for Brian. Do you agree with the following statement? So at all times, the sun is directly overhead at some point on the Earth, and that point is always between the Tropic of Cancer and the Tropic of Capricorn. Do you agree with that statement?
At some point, the sun will be directly over somebody's head between those two tropics.
Yep, and never north or south of them, right?
No, it never goes north or south of the tropics that I am aware of. No.
Okay, cool. So I live in Sydney, all right, and that's obviously south of the Tropic of Capricorn, right?
Yeah.
Okay, the tropics are always... Say again?
No, just saying about 11 degrees.
Yeah, I think I'm 34 degrees south or so.
Yeah.
So the sun is always north of me because the tropics are always north of me, correct?
Well, yeah, I mean, the tropics are north of you, so the sun is
Right.
the sun is
So
more.
the sun
that's
is
where it's probably going to be.
sun is always north of me. But right now in Australia, it's summertime, or almost the end of summertime. Why is it that when the sun rises in Sydney, it rises to the south of east and sets to the south of west? That's my question.
Why does it rise to the south of east and set to the south of west? Is what you're asking.
Yep.
Well, it is. See, this in the original Analema, at this time of year, which would be December, January, February, but mainly December, January. It's summertime in Australia. It's December, January, February is the summertime in Australia. That's basically that's the 3 months of summer. At this time of year, in the original Analema, the sun was at its lowest point in the sky. It was moving at its fastest around us, and it also was at its widest circle. So it's actually that would be correct, that it would appear to be coming from the south of east.
Yeah, but you just agreed that it's always to the north.
No, I agree. It's always going around. It doesn't go past the Tropic of Capricorn.
Capricorn. Yep.
Yeah.
Right. And the Tropic of Capricorn is always north of me. So how am I ever going to see the sun in the south?
But you are looking at this from a globe point of view.
No, I'm looking at it from a flat Earth point of view.
Well,
I know it's possible on a globe.
Well, but if you're looking at it from a flat Earth point of view, you have to change the sizes of what you're standing on.
How does the size change the direction of the sun?
Well, it changes the angle it come at you. It changes because it's coming at you from a greater distance.
That doesn't change the direction that it's coming from.
Well, it will do. It will do if you're. It will do if you're on a flat plane. It'll change. It'll change your the sun. When you see the sun, that's its apparent position. You know what I mean? That's not its actual position. That's its apparent position.
Where is it then?
Well, it's in the sky, but it's in an apparent position. I mean, can you triangulate?
Which direction?
Can you triangulate the sun to say for definite you know exactly where it is in the sky?
Oh, you can, but it's so far away that the angles are too small to be accurate.
But see, this is the thing. See, the sun has been known to be extremely difficult to triangulate, and part of that reason is that for you, if it's going around the Tropic of Capricorn, let's just say right now, I'm just going to show something here. I'm just going to put my calculator up on screen. 1 second now. I'm just going to share the screen.
You're going to share screen, all right.
Yeah, just for a moment. I'm just going to show something. It's a calculator. Okay, so when it's going around the Tropic of Capricorn, it's 113.5 degrees from North Geographic Pole, right? Now, I can't guarantee that the latitude and longitude grid is 100% perfect, or exactly where the North Geographic or North Magnetic Pole is. I can't guarantee exactly where that is because I don't know, right? I can only go off what is given to us, right? And from what I've learned from the latitude and longitude grid is that it's actually originally based on a flat plane, and it's turned into it's wrapped around the globe after that. But that's kind of besides the point. But what I'm going to show here is if I go 113.5 multiplied by 69 equals 7,000.
What are we doing here?
This is a radius from the center of this is basically a radius from the North Pole, 7,831.5. A straight line radius from the North Pole to the Tropic of Capricorn. That's a straight line.
So radius. Yeah, that's 90 plus 23.5 times what was it?
No, that would be, it was 100, so it's 113.5 multiplied by
degrees of latitude. Okay, got to be clearer in your explanations. Otherwise, just putting in random numbers, right? Explain what you're doing.
No, I did. I thought you saw it.
Yeah,
I'll do it again. I'll do it again. Yeah. Right, 113.5 multiplied by 69 equals 7,831.5. So on a flat Earth, that's a straight line radius. Okay, now I multiply that by 2 to get a diameter, right? And we get 15,663. Now I multiply that by 23.14 for a circumference, which will be 49,181.82.
Yep,
So
sure.
on a flat Earth, the Tropic of Capricorn will be 49,181.82 miles.
Let me just double check that. Hold on.
Yep, you can walk away.
I'll take your word for it now. I'll just draw it in a second. Yeah, the circumference. Yeah, sure. It doesn't matter anyway. Like, just continue.
So that would be the actual size of the Tropic of Capricorn. So you're not going to see it coming around from the north. You're going to see it coming from what will look like from the south. Southeast.
No, because the tropic is when is the tropic of Capricorn ever south of me?
But it doesn't matter. It's the size it is, and when you're going to see
no, it's always going to be to the north of me.
See, when you're saying it's coming from southeast, right? What is the proof you're getting is exactly from southeast?
I see it in my backyard every day.
Yeah, but if you wanted to prove it's coming from southeast, if you wanted to prove that the sun is rising southeast, how would you go about that?
I would see probably the south rotational pole or the north rotational pole and apply it from that.
But are you assuming a globe before you do that?
No, I'm assuming north is where the rotation point is. You would agree with that, right? You agree there's a north rotation point?
I don't agree with any rotating anything. I agree that there's a north.
You agree the sky rotates around a point?
I agree the sky rotates.
Yes. Okay. We all agree that's north?
Yeah. Well, I'll agree
so
that
90 degrees perpendicular to that is east.
I agree that north is north. Right? North is towards the North Pole, south is towards Antarctica. East and west are circles.
What, sorry?
East and west are circles. Even on a globe or a flat, east and west are circles.
Sure, I'll give you that, yeah.
So, how can you prove it's definitely coming from southeast? Exactly.
Because east is 90 degrees perpendicular to north, so I know which direction east is, and the sun is to the right of that when it rises.
Yeah, but how can you prove it's definitely coming from southeast, exactly southeast? Now, I would say...
As in exactly 135 degrees. No, I don't.
The reason I'm asking this is that I understand that it's going to appear to come from south. It's going to appear to be coming from there. I agree with that. It is going to appear to be coming from that kind of angle. I agree. But that's because of you're dealing with a bigger, flatter plate than what you do with the globe.
The tropics are always north. You agree that the tropics are always north of me?
If you're looking at, like, in a straight line, the tropics are, let's say, you're 34, let's say 23.5. So, 1 second now, right? Let's say 34 minus 23.4, sorry. 34 minus 23.5 equals...
No, you can have to press the mouse.
Yeah, you mean like 10 or 11 degrees, right?
Yeah, I get it. 44 minus...
What's that? What's that here?
He's using the mouse to operate the calculator. You don't have to do that. You can just press the keys on the keyboard. Is that stupid?
Okay.
23.5 equals 10.5, right? So 10.5 multiplied by 69 equals, right? So in a straight line distance, you're 724 miles from the Tropic of Capricorn. In a straight line distance, yeah?
Yeah.
Right. So when that sun is coming towards you, it's not coming from 724.5 miles directly north of you. It's coming.
No, it's coming from the northeast. On a flat Earth, it's coming from the northeast, right?
Yeah, but it's coming around at a much...
Okay, so why is it in the southeast?
1 second, hang on. It's coming around at a 49,181 mile circumference. So when you first see it, when you first see the sun, you're seeing it coming from what would look like southeast.
No.
Or at least you're going to see it coming from... You're going to see it.
You agree the tropics are north of me?
You're going to see it coming from the east. Yeah, but it's in a straight line. It's like, I'll put it this way then. Let's say at noon, let's just say, right? at noon on the 21st of December, the sun will be 724.5 miles directly north from you in a straight line and up above that. Would it not? Is it 24th of December? The winter solstice or the summer solstice in the south?
Hold on one sec. Cool. Sorry, say it again.
See, the point I'm making is that during the day, when the sun goes across you, right, is it going across you to the north or is it going across you to the south?
Sorry, in Sydney?
In the summertime in Sydney. Is it going across the sky to the north of you or to the south?
Well, it starts in the southeast and ends in the southwest, but it crosses over the north.
It crosses your north, yes.
Yeah.
Yeah. So it's coming. Yeah. Well, it can't cross across the north. It can't come from the southeast and then go up to the north and then back down to the southwest.
That's exactly what I said it does.
But it's not. How can it do that?
On a globe, that's what it would do on a globe.
Even on a globe, it'll only appear to do that. Because even on a globe, you're still dealing with the rotation of the globe. It'll only appear to do that. It's still not actually coming. It's still not like the globe is not tilting for sunrise and then coming up for midday and going back down for sunset. It's just appearance. See,
it's because we are rotating, right?
Yeah, well, the idea is you're rotating, but the sun is still, the Tropic of Capricorn is still the line the sun takes around the 21st of December, around that time of year, that's the line that the sun takes around the Earth, whether it's flat or globe. That's the general area, right? So it'll appear to be coming what looks like from east or southeast, but it's really still north of you. It's just appearing.
You've agreed that the Tropic of Capricorn is always north of me. The sun cannot be further south than the Tropic of Capricorn.
But it's not further south. It only appears to be. How could it be further?
What do you mean it only appears to be?
Sure, it's not going to go south and then north and back south, or southeast.
That's exactly what it does on a globe.
No, it appears to look like that. It doesn't. It can't do that unless the globe is tilting. That's
the globe is tilting. That's what causes the season. That's summer down here. Is when I'm sort of pointed towards the sun.
The globe is not tilting. The globe doesn't tilt. It stays at 23.5 degrees. It doesn't tilt from one side to the other.
It's when my southern hemisphere is pointing towards the sun.
Yeah, that's right.
You know this, right? Sure.
Yeah, I do. Yeah. I know what you mean. I know what you're saying. But it's still, even on the globe, it's still actually going around north of you. But it appears to be coming from south and going southwest.
Going around north of me? No, because in the morning it is to my southeast.
Yeah, but you're saying it's to your southeast. But how do you prove it's to your actual southeast and not just appearing that way? I mean, what you're saying is
where it is. That's the direction that it is. What, are you asking me to prove which direction it is?
Shout out to Stacey B for the super chat. It says free, no wrench for fuck's sake. Wrench means work. Well, on some channels it does. Maybe not here. It's more of just a symbol of my appreciation that you guys keep showing up. So here we go.
That's exactly what it does. Do I need to draw this for you?
There's no tilting going on.
There is tilting going on.
No.
When the Terminator line is on Sydney, Australia, the globe is tilted so that my north is kind of tilting away from the sun. All right? My north is tilting away from the sun. My east is therefore tilting above the sun. That's my east. So my southeast is pointing towards the sun.
During the day.
No, in the morning.
It doesn't change its tilt at all during the year. It just depends on what side is pointed toward on the globe. As per Kepler's analemma, it just depends on whether it's north or south is pointed towards the sun. At this time of year, it's the southern hemisphere that's pointed towards the sun more than the northern hemisphere on the globe.
Yes, and that's why it rises in the southeast.
It appears to rise. Even on a flat Earth, it appears.
No, it does rise in the southeast.
Well, how can it rise in the southeast when it's
On a globe, you mean?
when the Tropic of Capricorn is north of you.
It's still above a point
It
on
appears. Yeah, but
the sun is still above a point on the Tropic of Capricorn, but it's midday there when it's morning in Sydney. This is really hard to do by text, by voice, by the way.
Yeah, but you have to remember, I lived in Sydney.
I know. So you would agree that the sun rises in the southeast?
No, I would agree. It appears to come from. It definitely comes from east. Well, southeast, I don't know. That's a bit of a claim to say it's coming from the southeast. It might appear to be coming from the southeast and appear to set supposedly southwest. But I just remember coming from the east, going across me to the north, and going and setting to the west. That's what.
Yeah, it's south of east and south of west. I mean, you can check in the what's it?
I mean, that's just okay. It's your claim that's doing that. So how do you prove that?
How do I prove it's the southeast? Well, I can get the.
It's an impossibility.
To prove that it's in the southeast.
But
I know what north is, right?
The Tropic of Capricorn is north of you.
Because at that time, when it's morning in Sydney, right, the sun is over a point that is midday on the Tropic of Capricorn, not the Tropic of Capricorn north of me. Okay? Northeast of me, 6 hours later, is where the sun is overhead. It's because of the tilt. This is really hard to do over speech, by the way. It is because of the tilt of the Earth. The northern hemisphere is leaning away from the sun, and the southern hemisphere is leaning towards the sun, pointing towards the sun, right? So north-south in Australia is pointing a little bit away from the sun. So east in Australia is like pointing over the top of the sun. And the sun is therefore southeast.
You're on the east coast. You look out the water. When you look straight out the water in a straight line, you're looking straight out east. Are you telling me the sun comes from south of that?
Yes, absolutely. You can go, what is it, dateandtime.com or whatever, or I can. My block, the block that I'm on runs east-west.
This is the thing. This is the thing. I figured out, right, after two presentations and one after that, to say this, is that timeanddate.com and SunCalc and all these kind of things are mathematically based around Kepler's analemma. So they don't take in what the sun is actually doing. They take in what the sun should do if we're on a globe that's of 24,940 miles in circumference.
And the predictions it makes are
usual analemma, yeah, the Kepler's analemma. So it's based around Kepler's analemma. Everything is based around what the Earth is doing, not around what the sun is doing.
Does dateandtime.com make accurate predictions, yes or no?
No.
No?
No, it doesn't.
I very much beg to differ.
I checked that myself here. And even Nathan Oakley and some others back in 2015 or 2016, they proved it didn't make accurate observations at all. Or actually,
I've never seen an inaccurate
not for me at all. No, I found like it was like an hour more than an hour. The sun is not where it should be. You know, I've stated this before, and even Nathan and them proved it, like, that it wasn't doing what it was supposed to do. So
I've never seen an error from timeanddate.com, and I can tell you my block runs east-west, and I watch it over the year. It sets to the west in the summertime and sets in the east. Sets in the north of west in the wintertime.
Hey, you guys, if you want to carry on along this track, I'm fine with doing that. But if you wanted a bit of a questions back and forth, again, I'm happy to do that. So whichever you guys want to do, if you're happy to carry on this line of questioning, I'm happy to just sit back.
I'll do a closing on this question. Brian agreed that the sun is always overhead somewhere in the tropics, and he agreed that the tropics are always north of me, and he's now doubting that the sun rises and sets to the south of east and west.
Hang on now, don't misrepresent me. I said the sun is at this time of year going around the Tropic of Capricorn, and it is. So in a straight line.
You cut out a second.
Sorry, the sun. I said that the sun is going around the Tropic of Capricorn at this time of year. I agreed to that because that is what it supposedly does. Now, what I said is that it'll appear to come from southeast or east, right? But really, it's still north of you, and go away west, but it's really still north of you on the globe or flat out. Because it can't.
So
What you're saying
to
is
the north.
what you're saying is an impossibility on either.
No, I need a
Either
diagram
it's north
to show
of you
you.
or
But
it's not. You understand what I
no,
mean? Either
it's to the
north of you or it's not.
northeast of me. It's over a point. It is overhead at a point that is northeast of me. But in my morning, so it's overhead at a point northeast of me at their midday. In my morning, it is to the southeast of me. It's very difficult to explain this in words. It needs a diagram. Anyway, that was my closing for the first question. You agree that the Tropic of Capricorn is always north of me. The sun rises to the southeast.
Would you like to respond, or do you want to ask your question there, Brian?
Second now. I'm just looking at something now. I know that the sun, if it's going around the Tropic of Capricorn on globe or flat, can't be coming from southeast. It might appear to be coming.
Do you want to have a chat?
Do
you and Ranty want to have a chat for 5 minutes and I'll draw it?
Yeah, whatever. If you want, you can. Yeah, if you want to do something like that, if you want to, I don't mind.
Yep. All right. I'll go mute for a minute.
So Brian, yeah. So what's happening here is Ruhiv's got you on because he asked the first question essentially, and you got stuck in that. And I mean, you could talk about this essentially for the next 5 hours. I feel.
I know. Yeah, that's the thing about it. Like, I mean, I understand that that we could be talking about it for the next 2 hours, 3 hours, no matter. The thing about it is that it will appear to come from southeast. Like if you're talking about if you're talking, even at that I don't know, because I lived there and I don't remember the sun ever rising southeast. I remember it rising east or appearing to be east. So if you're saying southeast, but I don't see how it's possible on either model. It has to be an impossibility if the sun is going around the Tropic of Capricorn. Otherwise it means it's not actually going around the Tropic of Capricorn in the way we think it is, and it's doing something completely different that none of us know. You're not going to see. How do we argue about the sun? I don't know how it's possible to argue for definite about the sun. I really don't know how it's possible, because how do I prove what the sun is doing, and how does Ruhiv prove what the sun is doing? Like when I asked him how he would prove it's coming from southeast, he kind of well, it looks like it is from where I am. He kind of said, that kind of way. So the sun is always in an apparent position. How do you triangulate that? Do you understand what I mean? The sun is a little bit like the horizon. It's always apparent.
Yeah, I just want to point out to some of the people listening as well that to show there.
Yeah, we'll have something up there, a diagram.
Yeah, it's a pretty dodgy diagram, but it'll do.
Oh, I see it. Yeah, I see it.
Right. All right. So the Earth. Am I on the live stream as well? YouTube stream as well, Ranty? Yeah. Okay. So I've drawn the Earth with a tilt, and the sun's over here, and the equator is this line, which you can see here. This is the Tropic of Capricorn, and this is Australia. All right, so you can see at this point, so this is at the point where it is morning, like sunrise in Australia. And at this time, it is also midday, wherever this is in the Pacific somewhere, Hawaii, whatever. Okay, so there is a point somewhere over Hawaii where the sun is directly overhead. Agreed?
Yeah, well, at that time of day, in the southern hemisphere, summer, at that time of day, the sun will be at midday, somewhere like that.
Yeah, somewhere on the Tropic of Capricorn. Yeah, on the Tropic of Capricorn, directly overhead, that's the sun. I am in Sydney here. My east. Oops, shit. Hang on. My east is that. That's my east. Do you agree? That's my east.
That looks to be east. Yeah, that would be east.
Okay, so where is the sun?
What do you mean?
What direction is the sun?
The sun would be over here. If you see that line you made to east,
Yep.
See that line you made? The sun would be over there.
No, the sun is to the south of east. That's my east.
Oh, but
The line I just drew is
yeah,
my
but
east.
you placed the sun over there, but the sun wouldn't be possible to like.
That's where the sun is. The
Yeah,
Earth is
but
on a
the
tilt.
sun would have to be over here for that to.
I
be
can't see
sun-
where you're pointing, by the way.
Otherwise, how can the sun rise from the east in the way you're talking about? See, this is all pre-assumption. This is all based on the pre-assumption that you have this massive sun 93 million miles away.
That's the model. That's the model. If you could find an observation that disputes it, sure.
Well, there's loads of observations that dispute it.
Well, I very much disagree with that. Yeah. Can you see how the sun? Can you see how the sun is southeast there, right?
Yeah, but for the sun to be shining directly onto where you have the Tropic of Capricorn, it would have to be over. You see where the line is? It would have to be over there, and you're turning towards it. You would have to be turning to the sun. So the sun.
And that's when the sun becomes north of me.
If you are in Australia, let's say where you're showing Australia there, and the sun is where you have it, then that you would already be looking straight at the sun.
In sunrise.
Yeah, but if you want sunrise, you'll have to move the sun over to where you pointed east. The sun would have to be you'd have to move to where you pointed east.
The Earth is rotating around that vertical line.
Yeah, but the thing about it is the sunrise happens on a globe, right? On the globe, belief due to a rotation, right? That's agreed.
Because of rotating, yes.
Yeah.
You're cutting out a little bit, by the way.
Sorry. The sun is rising on a globe due to rotation. Now, you just showed exactly where east is from Sydney. So the sun would have to be over there for it to rise in the east.
Oh, because it rises south of east.
According to you, but you can't prove that.
I can't prove where east is?
No, but you can't. I asked you, how do you prove? How can it physically rise south of east and then go north and then go back down to southwest? It doesn't.
Because
it only can appear to do.
As Australia rotates to face the sun, as it rotates towards the sun, so that it's midday, then the sun will be north.
But you have the sun in the wrong place to get sunrise enough. You have. The sun would have to be over there where you pointed east. That's where the sun would be.
No, the sun is south of east. That's my entire point.
But the sun would be. How could you'd already be looking at the sun? The sun be already risen. Half of Australia would already be like you'd be in midday nearly there. You know
what I've drawn here is sunrise in Sydney.
When you put east, because that shows exactly where you'd have to look to see the sun.
No, I would look south of east because of this diagram. This is why I would have to look south of east.
Well, if you look south of east, show me exactly where south of east is then. Draw south of east.
Yep. One sec. I can't draw a line spot on there. Fuck. Hang on.
Okay, leave that line there.
South of east. That's where the sun is.
South of east.
What?
That's only a line that suits your argument.
That's south of east. That's where the sun is.
Can I just say, I knew you were going to do that, Ruhif. As soon as you said, can you draw a line to it? I knew you were just going to draw a line to that.
Yeah, I'm drawing a line to the sun, which is south of east.
In between, south of east, if you were going to do south of east from there, right there, south of east would be in between those two lines.
In between, which would mean I can't see where you're drawing, by the way, because I'm.
This cannot be where you have Australia now. Cannot be like the south of east from there would be in between those two lines. Would be a line in between those two lines. The one you did just draw to the sun and the one you drew to the east. South of east would be in between those two lines. That would be where south of east.
The line that I drew to the sun just then is south of east.
No, that's a little line that suits your little argument.
It's south of east.
No, that's not south of east. That's a line that suits your argument. Look, the thing about this is, you're like, what is the actual argument here? What is the point of all this?
Oh, it's a logical disproof of flat Earth.
How is
it's one of the only actual logical syllogisms you can come up to disprove it.
How is a logical disproving of flat Earth?
Well, show me a flat Earth map that has the sun rising south of east when the tropics are always north. That's why I got you through the first two questions. And I said,
Yeah,
at all
well-
times, is the sun directly overhead, a point in the tropics, and are the tropics always north of me?
No, I agree. The tropics are always north of you. I don't
Okay,
disagree
then the
with that.
sun is always north of me on a flat Earth.
The tropics are always north. Yeah, but it doesn't matter. The tropics are always north of you on a globe. You understand? It doesn't
Yes.
matter. The tropics are always north of you on a globe or flat. That doesn't matter.
Correct. But on
Yeah,
a flat Earth,
so
the sun, on a flat Earth, the sun cannot rise south of east.
But it can't rise south of east on a globe either. It can't
I just showed
rise
it
south
to
of
you.
east either.
This is the diagram. I just showed you.
But it can't rise south of east either on a globe.
I just showed. What is wrong with this
No,
diagram?
you didn't show me. You didn't show me that. What you showed me was a line that suited your argument. Different thing.
Which is south of east.
It's not south of. That's not south of east, Ruth. I'm sorry, man. That's
You agreed. You agreed when I drew the line from Sydney, and that was east. The line that I drew the
agreed
sun.
when you drew east.
Where would you look?
I didn't agree when you drew the south.
How is it north of east? Is that line north of east?
That line that you drew to the sun there. That line
Yeah. Is it north of east or is it south of east?
Oh, south east.
It's the south of east. Very
What
good.
is
Well
south
done.
east? South east? No, I didn't agree to that. I said southeast would be in between those two lines. And you have not proven the sun is rising. Like it's impossible for the sun to come up southeast on either.
South of east. I'm not talking
If the
exactly
sun
135
if the
degrees.
sun
I'm talking
directly-
south of
See,
east.
But you're saying this proves. What you're saying this proves your model, because on your model the sun is
I'm saying
shining.
disproves
The
flat Earth.
Tropic of Capricorn. No, it's disproving your globe Earth model, because on the globe Earth model, at this time of year, the sun is shining directly onto the Tropic of Capricorn.
Yes.
Right, directly onto it, right? So how can this sun be shining directly to you southeast if it's shining directly onto the Tropic of Capricorn?
Because that's at midday. This point of Earth
Do
here that
you
I've drawn.
agree? No, hang on. No. It's shining onto the Tropic of Capricorn all the time, directly. Like
Yeah,
where you
but
have
it's
the
not
sun
gonna-
there is not. Where you have the sun there is not correct. That sun should be up higher.
No,
Should be-
the Earth is tilted relative to the sun.
Yeah, but it should be up
Right.
higher. That is not correct. That is not. No, it's tilted in relative to the sun, but that sun should be up.
Hang on.
You have it nicely low to suit your argument. That's you don't
Rumpus
have it
wants
on
me
it
to.
where it should be.
Rumpus wants me to label this. Hold on. North.
Mm-hmm.
And where are we? Text. This line is south of east.
No, south of east. Listen,
Is it north of east?
With Rumpus now is either you're having a debate with me or you're messing around with Rumpus. They don't one or the other.
Oh, I'm with you. I just saw it in the chat. I've got the chat over here with.
You're south of east. Yeah, but the line you're drawing to the sun here is the line that I knew you were going to draw, and Randy knew it as well, and I'm sure everyone else knew
south of east.
That's where you wanted it to be. The
Okay.
sun
Is
is
it
not
north of east or is it south of east?
Right then.
Okay, guys,
Right
this
No,
argument's go on. I was going to say
Is
this
it north
argument.
of east?
This argument's pretty dead for now. I think.
Yeah, well, I'll put it this way, right? I'll put it this way. If you claim that this is proving your globe, and is this what you're claiming?
I don't claim that anything proves the globe. I can disprove things.
I can claim that things prove flat Earth.
You can what, sorry?
I can claim that things prove flat Earth.
I bet you can't.
Yeah, that's not a really.
Not as a challenge.
That's not really a response. Oh, but hold on, guys. Brian, that's not really a response in relation to this. I'm sorry, but could we move on? Could we get past this point? Because
okay.
I think.
Ask a very yes/no question. Is that line south of east or north of east?
Which line are you talking about?
The line that goes to the sun. Is it south of east or north of east?
That's not.
Oh,
that's
Jesus,
not.
just
No,
let
that's
anyone
not
in
south of
here.
Because
Let the viewers decide.
the problem you have is that when you looking to the problem you have is you're putting the sun physically south of east. The sun is not physically south of east. The sun's light is strongest over the Tropic of Capricorn at this time of year.
Well,
So the sun is
that's
shining
not
mostly over the Tropic of Capricorn this time of year. Let's just say that's its line that we know of supposedly that it supposedly takes. See, this is all stuff that none of us can actually 100% prove. We can't prove exactly what the sun is doing. I can give an explanation, and I can say, well, it's doing this and it's doing that, and this suits this and this suits that. But I can't use that to prove that the sun is definitely doing anything. It appears to do it. As I said, it's a very difficult thing to triangulate. So,
All right,
no,
next
I don't.
question. Yeah, next question. Let's move on.
Thank you, Terry. That was excellent. I enjoyed watching that again.
Yeah, it was a laugh. So, where's the sun? We don't know where the sun is.
It may look like it's over the southeast, but it isn't really.
No, we've got the sun in the wrong spot. The sun's over the north all the time, is it?
So my question would be is, if it's rising north of east in Australia, where would it be rising, say, in the southern hemisphere at the same time? I mean, in the northern hemisphere.
I was going to say, yeah, you have to correct you on that. Where does the sun rise in relation to when it's summertime in the northern hemisphere? Basically south of east.
Oh, if it's their summertime, it rises north of east. So in the northern hemisphere summertime, the sun rises north of east, because the axis of the Earth, the top half of the northern hemisphere, is pointed closer to the sun.
I'd like to hear that Wally argue different things again. I've never really heard him argue anything like that before. Yeah.
What's you got to be careful, Terry. You're going to get pinned with that.
Yeah, who put that out? Wally dropped it in the side chat. Drop it.
I think Ruhif did a great job of keeping his.
He kept his cool.
He really kept his feet to the fire, didn't he?
Yeah.
And the thing I really liked, like, you listen to Ruhif, at no time did he get angry, frustrated, or start swearing or cursing or calling them names. He had the occasional, shall we say, chuckle under his breath and said, "No, but you just said that the sun doesn't that the sun is above the tropic of Capricorn," and he had a bit of a chuckle, but at no time did the discussion degrade to name calling or anything like that.
Yeah, he really was a nice man. Yeah, it was very good.
I've got to have my dinner, guys. We can either keep going, or you're just going to ad lib for a little while, because I can't talk and eat at the same time.
It's up to you, Terry. Do you want to finish it, or do you want to eat something and go back onto it?
Yeah, I want to come back, but I'll have to have my dinner. Wally, it's got music at the front of this, so I'm not sure.
Just turn the sound off, Terry.
Yeah, but I don't know where. No captions. No captions or anything, so I can't really.
I think Wally tried to say it's not worth it in the side chat, Terry.
Simon Dan's video is up now.
Oh.
But it looks like the one we've already seen from Where's Wally.
What else have you got?
Well, there's the link to Simon Dan's one if you want to use it, Terry. So it's Simon Dan's turn on Wally's that we just watched.
If you just posted it in the internal chat, that's your Star Trails.
Oh, did I? Hang on. Just give me a second. Let me hit the refresh button. Try that one instead. Where's Wally's going to get big after this? Simon Dan giving him a call out. It's an ex-parrot.
What's No Name saying? That half-hour-long video that some no-name guy recommended would give you plenty of time to eat. Which one was that one? What? Stop confusing me.
That Isaac one that that was in your robot, Terry. That's not Isaac Butterfield. The other Isaac.
The other Isaac. Look, I'm trying to have my dinner here. In the robot, yeah, I'm in my robot now. The other Isaac. There's another Isaac, is there? Isaac. Moon. NASA. Professor Dave. Oh, Isaac Arthur.
Hmm.
Or do you just want that first before I play Dan then? Dan or Isaac Arthur?
This episode is...
That goes for 31 minutes. It doesn't take me that long to eat me dinner. What do you think? I'd chew me food 32 times like you're supposed to. Wally says, I just need to play Dan's intro. We saw the rest. No, we haven't seen it yet.
Oh, well, it's the same. It's just his video. It's just what Wally did before. His three.
Yeah, we've seen that. We've seen that one. We watched it earlier.
Yeah, we've seen that. Oh, well, watch
Sponsored
this for
by
a minute.
Brilliant. Javi Chasso said that all good things must come to an end, but this channel is not the place for that kind of pessimism.
It's all right. I'll try and talk over it, Terry.
No, I'll just pause it for a minute. I've got captions somewhere.
Possibly even delay it entirely. To do that, we must first discuss what the heat death is and why we think it's going to happen. The best place to begin is to note that there is a bit of a difference between what we normally think of as heat and what the term means in physics. Heat, to us, in a casual and day-to-day sense, is how warm it is. But in a physics and thermodynamic sense, It refers more to how entropic a system is, essentially what portion of its total energy is heat energy. Heat is random motion of particles, and we can only get work done using such a system if it's got other energy still stored in it in other ways, or if we connect it to something colder. As an example, the sun is very hot, so we can easily get work done off it by connecting to something cooler, which we obviously have plenty of choices for. It is making that heat by converting hydrogen into helium, photons, and neutrinos, converting mass energy into heat energy in the process. A system is at maximum entropy when all those options have been used up, and everything is converted to heat that can be, hence heat death. It's a bit confusing though, since we'd expect this to happen nowadays when it's rather cold, but beyond that term really meaning maximum entropy, we should keep in mind that our cosmological models have talk about how you can't hide a megastructure like a Dyson sphere because it needs to radiate away all the heat it's been absorbing from its own star or get cooked. And when we think of space as cold, it's easier to forget that not only is it not cold, but most of the mass in our solar system, for instance, is blazing hot. There's very little heat as heat energy in empty space, but that's not temperature. The temperature of outer space near Earth is about 283 Kelvin, a temperature of 10 Celsius or 50 Fahrenheit.
They mentioned my name again.
Light jacket weather. There's just virtually no particles around actually containing heat in a near vacuum, but those that are around are warm enough. Alternatively, 98% of the solar system's mass is inside the sun and boiling hot, and half the remainder is in Jupiter and quite hot too. We used to think we lived in a steady state universe, one which does not expand, or is infinite but basically homogeneous. Go anywhere and find about the same density of stars, all bits more or less the same. In such a universe, a heat death can be pretty literal. All the mass energy that can be converted to heat eventually does get converted, as even photons made in this process eventually get absorbed somewhere, and even those emitted as heat radiation by warm objects will just get absorbed somewhere else down the road. Your whole universe turns into warm objects bathed in a flood of photons of about that temperature's black body wavelength. We've not discussed Olber's paradox in detail here before, mostly because it's not a paradox anymore under new cosmology, but you can look that up if you want details on this notion. Short form, in a static and non-expanding infinite universe, you have a star in every direction you can look, so the sky is bright white, not mostly black, and everything gets real hot. This is even true in a universe that isn't infinite in size or age too, if it isn't expanding, and in such a universe, a heat death is quite literal in the normal meaning of hot too. Alternative cosmologies like the Big Rip also circumvent our normal concept of a heat death too, though by killing everyone on a shorter timeline. It's only in an expanding universe that our particular form of heat death can occur, be that universe finite or infinite, because it means the total volume of space is constantly on the rise. And yes, an infinitely large object can keep growing, even though infinity plus infinity is still infinity. Infinity is not a number. The size of a universe doesn't matter for this purpose, just that it keeps expanding and thus eventually you get distances big enough that the expansion rate between galaxies is faster than light can catch up to. That's what lets us get around Olber's paradox, and why the cosmic microwave background radiation, or CMB radiation, which is leftover light from when the universe was younger and hotter, is redshifted all the way down to chilly microwaves. Originally, when those photons were first emitted, they were mostly visible and high infrared. If the universe weren't expanding constantly, we'd be bathed in those original photons at their original energy. It has been suggested that if we could somehow stop dark energy and stop the universe expanding, we could stop the heat death. But quite to the contrary, that would actually kill us faster. We can keep extracting work from matter only as long as we have some cooler places to move that heat. And if expansion ends, everything would just start warming up because none of those emitted waste heat photons would have anywhere to go but other bits of matter they eventually ran into. Everything would also start falling back together into a big clump, unless the universe was actually infinite, so that stuff was pulling equally strongly with gravity in every direction, and even then you get a lot of local clumping ending in giant black holes everywhere eventually. Had this expansion stopped back when the universe was smaller and that CMB radiation first emitted itself, around the year 300,000 ABB after a Big Bang, the universe would be 1,000th its current size and about 3,000 Kelvin everywhere and bathed in photons of about that frequency. Instead, that expansion is fast enough that everything is on average cooling down. Regardless of whether or not the expansion of the universe is accelerating, and whether or not that acceleration is a good thing, that expansion itself is a very good thing for us, both that it was expanding and that it continues to expand. A quick note on that idea, that you can't travel faster than light, but that these galaxies are separating faster than light, which obviously confuses people. First, it's not that stuff can't go faster than light, a shadow for instance can. Rather, it's that information and cause and effect can't go faster than a certain speed, and that objects with no mass happen to move at that speed, such as photons of light and presumably gravitons, and we just happen to discover photons first and name that speed the speed of light. Second, those objects aren't exactly moving away in a classic sense. Everywhere in the universe, little pockets of new space are popping into existence, presumably very, very, very tiny bits of space, probably Planck volumes, a space so small it makes atoms seem galactic in scope, and probably appearing inside you and me this very moment. Locally, this is irrelevant because all those normal forces binding matter together easily compensate for that, though in a Big Rip universe, the rate at which these new bits of space pop into existence keeps increasing until they start popping up so fast and numerous that even electromagnetic forces binding your molecules together can't yank them together fast enough to keep you together. Right now it's slow enough that even gravity, the weakest force in nature, though the only one that meaningfully functions at galactic scales, can keep galaxies together and with their nearest neighbors too. Above this scale, all those little new pockets of space add up to so many that the new bits of space between two objects are emerging quicker than the light between them can cover. So photons or gravitons emitted by those objects never reach the other object. Those galaxies are moving away from each other faster than light, but because new space is popping up between them faster than light can cover. This can be confusing because we believe the vast majority of the actual universe is already beyond this point and more gets added every day, moving away from us faster than light. We then turn around and tell people nothing can move faster than light, even though virtually all the matter in the universe is moving away from us faster than light. It can be a bit perplexing. In any event, we know what this cosmological future holds for us, more or less. The universe expands and every galaxy merges with any nearby neighbors into slightly larger galaxies that get left as islands in a locally empty universe. In a couple hundred billion years, all the universe we can really see, except as redshifted galaxy ghosts, will be our big new merged galaxy about an order of magnitude more massive than currently, and various isolated small stars and clusters that were moving away from us a bit too fast to get yanked into that merger, but not yet shoved far enough away by expansion to have disappeared. Like a big continent with islands and archipelagos of stars drifting further away. All those other galaxies we can see now will be off and gone and in their own dark pockets of space, each considerably bigger than the current observable universe. Emphasis on observable universe because most of the universe is presumably already further away from us than we can see over the cosmological horizon, as we explained a moment ago. This is not the heat death of the universe. Star formation will have slowed a bit by then, but as far off as that date is, around 10 times the age of our current universe, star formation won't significantly slow for considerably longer, and shouldn't start heavily ebbing off for at least 10 times longer than when this period begins. Indeed, most of the stars alive nowadays will still be alive then. Our sun may only have a lifespan of 10 billion years, and will be getting ready to enter its death throes when our final galactic merger begins, but our star is on the big and short-lived side. Most stars are red dwarfs and live hundreds of billions or even trillions of years. Indeed, while we might then say our universe at this point is a big empty one far larger than in the present day, and centered on a conglomerated large galaxy, our universe is pretty debatable. We probably can build ships fast enough to have caught up to those fleeing galaxies before they got too far away and too fast to catch. However, for those folks still living in our galaxy at this point, or its larger merged form, we'll have to say goodbye to our cousins who made that voyage by this point, or any alien civilizations that arose in them and that we'd struck up conversations with. Unless we discovered actual faster light travel by then, and if it's possible, I'm sure we would have, as 100 billion years is a lot of time to do research, especially with galaxies worth of colonies to add their efforts to that research. For my part, I don't expect we will ever get a workaround to light speed, but many such technologies offer their own options for postponing the heat death, and we'll get to those shortly. First, let's finish up the forward progress to the heat death. It will take a long time, but those stars will eventually stop forming as often and dying off and will go dark, a universe of random gas floating around dead suns and slowly drifting apart or falling into black holes. Whatever mass remains cannot be used to extract more work. Now, in an inhabited universe, folks have probably stockpiled lots of mass they can feed into fusion reactors or make new suns with, but that will run out eventually. They can also feed that matter into black holes and extract energy that way. See Colonizing Black Holes for details on that. And indeed, they might help supersize our local galactic merger by even shoving slightly more distant galaxies together, as we looked at in Fleet of Stars. But in the end, everything is either too scattered out to reach or in those black holes, and this is the default end of the universe. As we discussed in Civilizations at the End of Time, even once all that matter is down in those black holes, they are thought to slowly decay and give off radiation, and you can theoretically live off that. Since the universe is going to keep expanding and cooling, those black holes should all eventually evaporate too. Right now, they don't lose mass even when they've no matter nearby to suck in because of that CMB radiation. It's everywhere, and as thin and weak as it is, it's still stronger than the Hawking radiation emissions of even the most powerful natural black holes. So they emit a little bit of Hawking radiation but suck in more CMB radiation and grow in mass from that alone. As that weakens and thins out, as we expand, they'll start hitting tipping points where more comes out than goes in, and less massive black holes emit Hawking radiation faster, and emit it ever faster and more powerfully as they shed mass. Eventually, any black hole will have reduced in size to something emitting enough power you can usefully collect energy off it. Hawking radiation off a natural black hole, for instance, couldn't even power a light bulb continuously, even if it emits insane amounts of energy, just because it does it so slowly. Capturing that energy and maintaining the equipment that does it over timelines of trillions of trillions of trillions of years is no easy challenge, and indeed might be impossible. Whereas gathering power off a black hole by dumping matter into it is actually quite easy. See the Black Hole series for details. But they generate far more power as they evaporate and shrink in mass. One that shrunk to about 20 billion tons of mass would be giving off a megawatt of power, and would continue to do so for a couple billion years, slowly rising in power as it did this. A civilization could carefully add set amounts of matter to black holes, getting power as they drop mass down into them, but cutting off the flow when they hit a certain mass on each, and measure a bunch of them up to slightly differing masses to stagger their lifetimes out so they were giving off useful amounts of energy one after the other in series. Of course, useful depends on your technology and your nature too. As we discussed in Black Hole Farming, a post-biological civilization living as uploaded minds should take way less energy to run a mind on a computer than biology does, potentially billions of times less, and thus might be able to run a pretty massive digital civilization on something like a single megawatt black hole power plant. However, the universe does cool, and the theoretical minimum amount of energy needed to flip a bit on a computer, or several to produce a digital person's thought, is proportional to the switch's temperature. We call this the Landauer limit, and in a cooling universe it means you get way more computational bang for your buck. You can do 10 times the calculation with the same energy at 1/10 the temperature, or 1,000,000 times the computation at 1,000,000th of the temperature. Again, see Black Hole Farming for further discussion. That of course merely postpones things for civilization, though in a massive way, and either by staggering your black hole masses, or getting more effective at quarter computation, or both, you can keep this running for trillions of trillions of trillions of trillions of trillions of trillions of years. Indeed, if proton decay doesn't occur, and we have little evidence to indicate it does, you might be able to survive this way to the end of the black hole era, and maybe even stretch things out to the iron star era somehow, a period of time so far in the future that it makes even the black hole era look like an eye blink of time, and that era is already so long that it likewise makes the entire period of the universe stars would occur in look like an eye blink. That's a pretty good postponing of things, and none of it requires any new physics, though for much of it you need some beyond impressive improvements in engineering to take full advantage of it. Though the staggered black hole mass trick requires only the ability to make black holes less massive than stars, and we ought to be able to do that using some of the techniques we discussed in our Black Hole series. Even if you can't make black holes less massive than a large asteroid, by imploding giant balls of iron wrapped in nukes, which should be doable, such things should be short enough lived we could huddle around reserve power sources or trickle feeding mass to other natural black holes till they started expiring and giving off useful amounts of power. This is nothing like the great and glorious digital period that a post-biological civilization that's mastered artificial micro-black hole generation could enjoy. but it would allow at least some remnant on par with modern population numbers to dwell on for ridiculously long periods of time under known physics. But let's start considering some options for unknown physics. I mentioned faster than light travel earlier as a workaround to the heat death, and one of those methods is that FTL is usually the same thing as time travel, and as we mentioned some weeks back in our time travel episode, you can always jump back in time to an earlier period of your universe, or possibly a different universe, and escape the heat death that way. Needless to say, any technologies that permitted travel to newer or younger universes, assuming they exist, also allows this option, and not just for escaping either. Entropy or heat death is what happens when a system runs out of available work energy in a closed system. You can always add more energy from outside, or connect that system to another system that's colder and run a heat engine between them till they reach equilibrium. So if you can travel to new universes or dimensions, and travel back and forth, you can postpone the heat death of our universe that way. You just open a gateway to a younger or lower entry place, or one where that concept doesn't even apply. We don't want to assume the sum total of reality is merely different variations on the events and age of our own, but with the same rules. After all, there was always that irritating question of where all the energy in this universe came from initially, and where all that dark energy came from. And as a side note, while some folks in cosmology like to occasionally suggest it might not need to have come from anywhere, and while that is presumably possible, there's nothing even vaguely scientific about that claim at this time. We know nothing more of what comes before or outside this universe than we knew back in the time of folks like Plato and Socrates, with the exception of having a bit clearer view on how space and time are merged together and run. And while I entirely sympathize with a lot of cosmologists and theorists wanting to weave that into our current models, it's all very hand-wavy and maybe a bit irresponsible. Time in this universe doesn't have to have had a beginning, and presumably doesn't have a 0-1 moment. But that does not just let you say cause and effect at a grander scale do not exist. Of course it might not, we just don't know, but critically, we don't even have a hint of the tiniest clue at the moment, scientifically speaking. That's not just me poking at theorists for speculating on a lot of stuff without evidence to back it up, but also a warning since we'll be doing that ourselves for the remainder of the episode. From this point on, while we'll be sticking to concepts with at least a decent theoretical framework behind them, we are moving outside known science or strong theory, so grain of salt, or dump truck of salt perhaps. First, it's always possible that expansion of the universe is not an eternal thing, and eventually dries up into a non-expanding or steady state one, or that the broader multiverse or whole grand shebang is effectively steady state, and all those other universes and realities you might be mining for energy would dry up too. However, such a case leaves the door open for a random reset, what we call a Poincare occurrence. Shuffle a deck of cards enough times, and it will eventually return to the order it was originally in. Take anything random and changing, and it will eventually repeat states, and when we're discussing it in entropic terms, it need not perfectly reset either. A deck of cards will return to its original state, but along the way it will form a lot of patterns, like having several cards in a row be in numerical order, or lower entropy so to speak. The amount of time involved for this to happen, even for a simple deck of cards, 52 objects in 52 possible states each, are simply enormous, and grow vastly more enormous for each element and possible state added. However, the bigger your deck, the more small patterns, or randomly lower entropy spots you'd have emerging. If you could find and access those in our analogous universe, you could presumably run a civilization off them indefinitely. But all that assumes you can't either reverse entropy in some deliberate fashion, or create reversible processes. It may be possible to do reversible computing, cases where you can flip, unflip, and reflip bits without expending any net energy or raising entropy. However, from a practical standpoint, it's rather debatable if this really allows true and lasting computation in the context of thought and memory, since you're arguably undoing the computation or thought when you reverse it. And of course you always get some loss around the edges on any system, so reversible computing might only allow a postponement of entropy rather than a standstill or reversal. The same will generally be true for any reversible process besides computation too. Can you reverse entropy though, break the laws of thermodynamics, turn back the growing chaos of a system without doing so by adding more chaos to another system? We don't know for sure of course, and folks have often suggested ways to do it, or even claim to have accomplished it, and not simply random loons or scam artists offering perpetual motion machines. Back in 2016, researchers at Argonne National Labs came up with a way we might be able to do negative entropy gain at a local, temporary, and quantum way, and quantum does seem to offer us some avenues that might permit local entropy drops. This does not necessarily mean they actually do, or that such a thing could ever be scaled up to macroscopic scale, taking advantage of quantum behavior by insanely more difficult than folks tend to assume. Though I'm not too pessimistic about such avenues. Most of our theoretical notions for where all the stuff of the Big Bang might have originated from usually do tie into quantum, where stuff can just appear out of nowhere anyway. Although let me caveat that by saying we just tend to say appear out of nowhere. We don't know if it does any such thing, and use the phrase to mean we don't know where from, possibly from nothing at all, rather than yes, this definitely appeared from nothing at all. It's problematic when discussing how to escape or delay the death of the universe when you don't know where it came from or what the underlying quantum structure is, beyond that there seems to be one, and it seems to constantly foam and froth with vast amounts of hazy potential particles and energies. If we could learn to tap those, basically the concept behind vacuum energy, then that might let us get around the heat death too, though maybe not, since they seem by their nature to be random, and it's not possible to get work done from randomness. That's basically the notion behind the laws of thermodynamics in the first place. Of course, playing around with that, if we ever start figuring out how to, and assuming it's actually possible, might change our outlook on the matter. Amusingly, if darkly so, it might also have the opposite effect of postponing the end of all things. There's a bit of a concern that if you poked around at that stuff, you might effectively poke around at the bottom of the universe and metaphorically drain it away, and you've probably heard of the notion of the false vacuum. The universe is mostly empty space, but not quite a true vacuum. Little bits float around in it, and any given bit of it has photons, such as CMB radiation, passing through it. But even if you remove those, create a true vacuum, it still isn't one. It also has vacuum fluctuations, little bits of things popping in and out of existence at the quantum scale, a false vacuum, not quite the lowest possible state of energy. We've some reasons to worry you could accidentally poke this, or that vacuum decay might happen naturally, so space in a spot did drop to a true lowest state, and that this lowest state would then begin expanding at the speed of light in every direction, basically wrecking the universe in an expanding bubble of true nothing. Such a thing might already have happened somewhere in the universe, naturally or in some alien lab, and be working its way here even now. Or of course have happened in some prior iteration of the universe, and our universe resulted from that cataclysm. That's an amusing answer to the Fermi paradox, where all the aliens are at in this huge and ancient universe, since so long as we don't assume intelligent civilizations are too common, not more often than once per galaxy every few billion years, this might account for their absence. They figure out how to access this false vacuum and accidentally ignite a vacuum decay, which spreads out at light speed, eating their planet, and even catching up to any of their colonies and slower than light ships. Only their early and weak signals would perceive this catastrophe to anyone out there listening, so they probably missed the signal, and regardless, even if they heard it, would only have a short time before vacuum decay reached them anyway. Or that every civilization that first emerges in a universe eliminates themselves and everyone else by doing this. It's not really a Fermi paradox solution you need in a no FTL universe, but it works for ones in which FTL travel is assumed to be possible, since it offers you a way to kill off those species before they discover how, and removes the problem to the Fermi paradox of having to deal with the absence of aliens if we have to include ones spawned in far distant galaxies, including those over the cosmological horizon. Though perhaps not, since vacuum decay happens at light speed, and expansion can occur faster than that. However, while it's often noted that anything useful for bettering our lives can be made into a weapon, the reverse is also usually true. Your swords can be turned into plowshares, so potentially such a cataclysmic option like vacuum decay might be in some way usable as a controlled power source too. We don't know how to mess with that false vacuum yet, assuming it even exists or exists as we think it does anyway. But the ability to mess with it implies a potential ability to manipulate or contain it, and that could open the door to flat out making new bits of matter and energy, or even whole new universes. For my part, I think that's a much more interesting Fermi paradox solution, that folks learn how to play around with stuff to make new matter, energy, or space-time, and finding it better and easier to pursue that option for expanding their civilization, as opposed to building giant slow generation ships to colonize new worlds. The heat death of the universe, and postponing, or reversing, or evading it, ought to be the top priority for any advanced civilization. And to end the episode on a hopeful note, since that would be the grand work of any ancient and vast civilization, an alternative to us not seeing ancient alien empires all over the universe might not be that they simply don't exist, but rather that they solved the whole problem of finite resources in an entropic and decaying universe, and thus had no need to venture far out from their homeworld to find new resources to let them expand into, to grow, or stockpile against the grinding engine of entropy. If they did, then that means that we can too, and all good things don't have to come to an end. As we mentioned, the fundamental concept of the heat death of the universe is all about statistics, entropy, and the laws of thermodynamics. If you're interested in learning more about those and other statistical concepts, I'd recommend the quizzes on thermodynamics in Brilliant's Classic Mechanics course, or their Statistics Fundamentals course, with over 24 interactive quizzes that will help you master statistics, one of the most valuable areas of math and reasoning to know. Brilliant is an online learning community with over 60 interactive courses and many quizzes and puzzles, plus daily challenges that help get the brain warmed up for the day. Those challenges provide a context and framework that you need to tackle so that you learn the concepts by applying them, which is the best way to learn new concepts. Brilliant makes learning fun and easier, and their online community gives you places to discuss the material or ask questions, and their mobile app's offline feature lets you take courses even when you're not getting a good signal. If you'd like to learn more science, math, and computer science, go to brilliant.org/Isaac Arthur and sign up for free. And also, the first 200 people that go to that link will get 20% off the annual premium subscription, so you can solve all the daily challenges in the archives and access dozens of problem-solving courses. So today we were talking about potential distant future calamities like heat death and vacuum catastrophes, and next week we'll be looking at ways to fix or mitigate catastrophes a bit closer to home in both space and time, in climate change mitigation, where we'll explore what options we have now or in the near future for everything from greenhouse gases to volcanoes and asteroid impacts that might mess with our planet's thermostat. We also discussed some post-human civilizations in passing today that might live around black holes one day, and in 2 weeks we'll look at something similar but also sooner on the horizon, as we discuss DNA manipulation in living subjects. For alerts when those and other episodes come out, make sure to subscribe to the channel and hit the notifications bell. And if you enjoyed this episode, hit the like button and share it with others. And if you'd like to support future episodes, visit our website, isaacarthur.net, to donate to the channel or check out
I caught most of what, some of what he said. I thought he was a bit all over the place in some ways, but I didn't get the actual point properly, so. Did I put everyone to sleep?
No.
Almost.
Almost, yeah,
Almost,
I know.
yeah.
I even sped it up a bit just so I could get it going quicker. Huey dropped too, did he?
Yeah, Huey ran away.
Blue was falling asleep. Okay. Boggs is over there. Huey's muted over in Discord. No, I don't know where Alan is. I'm going to have to do a bit of research and investigating and find out. I've got ways of doing that. Okay. How long have we been going for? 4.5 hours? Yeah, we might wind up after. Yeah, Mippet, same for me. So this is going to be like a replay, is it?
I think it's important to showcase some of the other flat earth debunking talent in this community, especially if they're not quite as well known as others. So every now and then, that is exactly what I'm going to do, starting today with a member of the Wolfpack, Where's Wally? And what better way to kick this off than with someone who has had a huge amount of interaction with that guy. Hello all and welcome along to another episode of Flat Earth Friday with me, Simon Dan. Thank you very much for joining me. Before we begin today, I just want to say a huge thank you to the sponsors of today's video, Surfshark VPN. Surfshark is a VPN service that makes all online privacy protection easy and attainable, encrypting all of your internet traffic sent to and from your devices. And to make sure your IP address remains hidden so no one can see what you're doing online. On top of that, they block ads, trackers, malware and phishing attempts, and unlike other VPN services, you can use it on as many devices as you like simultaneously. I personally spend as much time online as I do sleeping. That's 6 to 8 hours per day. The internet knows a lot about us, which is why we should be careful about our online data. Use Surfshark to encrypt your personal information and send it via a secure VPN tunnel so that no one can see it without your permission. What may be useful to all of you guys out there is the ease of access to entertainment. If you can't find a TV or movie from the streaming service in your country, which you've paid the fee for, then why not try a different country? For instance, The Hobbit is only available on Netflix here in the UK. With Surfshark, you can choose any country to stream from without being there. Click on the link in the description or go to surfshark.deals/SimonDan and use my code SimonDan to sign up for 83% off and 1 extra month for free. What are you, your internet browsing hours and your binge watching waiting for? Right, let's get back to today's video, and in particular our guest debunker, Where's Wally? Now, he very kindly sent me this little ISS tracker here, which based on my location tells me exactly where the ISS is going to be at any one time. Now, Where's Wally has some history with that guy who, let's remember, late last year took an absolute pasting from this channel about his arrogant rant of flat Earth. We are going to take a look at 3 proofs that Where's Wally has put together for that guy, one of which was a response to that guy who said if he could prove this thing, he would delete his channel. Now, obviously that's already happened. Calm down, calm down. I know, it's great, isn't it? Anyway, Wally, away you go.
We've already watched this.
I got deja vu.
Deja vu.
This video with 3 proofs was made for that guy. Remember the guy who said he'll be here?
Let me know what you think. I'll be here.
He's no longer here.
No, he is not, but that doesn't mean he won't see this.
G'day everybody, Where's Wally here. Here's the 3 proofs that hopefully took him down, plus the 2 I was going to poke at him later.
I have a daytime full moon. I've modeled, proved it doesn't work on the globe model.
The crux of that guy's claim is that the full moon is visible in the middle of the day, hence daytime full moon, hence the Earth is flat. But the thing to note is that the full moon is a point in time. In this case, it was actually 16:15 UTC. So before that, the moon is waxing, and directly after that, the moon is waning. It's just a single point in time when it's a full moon.
And this is a great point. Technically, the moon is only full for a very brief moment, but to our eyes, it appears full for several nights. And this is probably what that guy was referring to.
But we do tend to assign the term full moon to a whole day in which the full moon happens. Now, the only reason that the full moon was above the horizon at 1:25 PM was because this was Stockholm, and Stockholm is quite far north. Anyway, Wade went and made me a couple of little animations for this thing here, so he's basically gone and had a look at Stockholm in 2005 in December, and have a look at those angles. Look where the moon is, and look where the sun is. So you can see that the moon is above the, you can see that the moon is visible for like 16 hours of the day. And we said, well, what happened if you go about 500 to 1,000 kilometers further north? Oh, now this is where it gets really interesting. See, now that the moon is visible for the full 24 hours, and I love how it almost disappears below the horizon, but doesn't quite. So how about that guy?
Just tie a knot in it.
Yes, excellently done, Wally. Well played.
Well, I'm going to call that number 1 done. There is absolutely no reason why that moon is anything to do with breaking a globe Earth at all. Sorry, that guy. You got nothing. You got nothing except...
You got me, Wally.
And I'd agree. 1-0 to you, buddy.
Gradient of a gas or fluid with no container. Debunks the globe model.
Pressure gradient without a container. Too easy, barely an inconvenience. Firstly, we're going to remind that guy that he has already acknowledged that there is a pressure gradient.
The weight of the atmosphere above creates pressure below, just like swimming in a swimming pool or being in a dog pile.
Excellent. Wally has that guy admitting that there's a pressure gradient in the atmosphere.
He just simply thinks that it needs a container. Okay, so, and if anyone doubts that there is indeed a pressure gradient in the atmosphere, then just check out this video by me old mate Wolfie.
So I'm currently in Perth, Western Australia, at Printer Street, Cottesloe, just near the base. And my elevation here is probably around 6 to 7 metres. And what I'm going to do now is walk to the top of the hill there, which is the intersection of Avonmore Terrace, and we're going to watch what happens to the air pressure in this Samsung phone. It's currently showing 1012 hectopascals.
A brilliant experiment, and one in which flat earthers can surely not refute. Let's see what happens when it gets to the top.
And there it is, just below 1010 hectopascals at the top of the hill. If we go back down, we're going to see an increase in that pressure.
Beautifully shown, Wolfie.
Oh, and don't you think that Wolfie just proved that there is a gradient? And don't you think that that is not a container of any sort? I think I'm going to call number 2 already done. Thanks, Wolfie. That was way too easy. And as for that lame idea that there is a container somewhere around the atmosphere, I would just like to point you to these things, meteors, meteorites, whichever one is which. They show that there cannot be any container above the Earth at any distance at all. Because as we know, meteor showers are all very well known. They show up each year at exactly the predicted time and date. Why is that? Well, because the comets that cause them leave a dusty trail in the comet's orbit.
I just wanted to add in there, meteorites is what comes through the atmosphere. Meteors are in space.
And the Earth's orbit intersects that as it goes around the sun, and it punches through all that little bits of dust, gets sucked into our atmosphere, light up and cause meteors.
An excellent point here. If there is a container, then how do these meteorites get through?
Well, during a recent lunar eclipse, a large chunk of space stuff smacked into the moon, and we all saw the flash as it ploughed into the moon's surface. So I think that is container busted too, don't you?
You got me, Wally. You're killing it.
Nice touch, and yes, I'd agree. 2-0.
And finally, the compass measures magnetic declination, proving the flat Earth as well. I've asked you to do it. Demonstrate it. Measure declination on a globe using a compass. I'll take down my channel, Wally. What's that? You can't? Oh, okay.
Oh, this is embarrassing. Really, really embarrassing.
Yeah, that brings us to magnetic declination on a globe. This one I love. Now, I lined this one up to show where magnetic south is, or anti-north as that guy likes to call it. I set up the P900 flat earth camera of choice, lined up the center of the frame to be pointing due south. I also measured the distance from the pool fence to the camera and got 5800 millimeters, and the fence verticals are 75 millimeters apart. Now, doing a little bit of trig, I was able to work out that each vertical is 0.74 of a degree, which means that 11 degrees is around 15 verticals. I counted that far across to the left and put a marker on the fence. You'll see why in a minute. Now, the P900 creates beautiful time-lapse images that go for 150 minutes, and that creates a nice 10-second video. And any bright lights will stay right to the very end. So at around the 120-minute mark, I got my shaky torch out. Cheers, Antonio, you clown. And I painted the fence and the tall pole at the back with the bright light from the torch. Now you can see that the camera is still aligned on magnetic south. I also used my green laser, not the blue one, but the green one, to point out where magnetic south was and where 11 degrees due east of south was. Those two green lines are about 11 degrees apart and diverging. So that guy, everyone and his dog can see that magnetic south is 11 degrees from the center of rotation. That means I'm demonstrating magnetic declination on a globe, on the globe. Oh, so that guy, the center of rotation is about 28 degrees above horizontal as well, which is exactly the same as my latitude. Well, fancy that.
I let this one play through because it is glorious. You cannot argue with it whatsoever. Excellent, Wally.
So what do you say to that guy?
Just tie a knot in it.
I think that's number 3 busted, don't you?
You got me, Wally. You're killing it.
Indeed you are, Wally. And I think that is that guy thoroughly debunked. If he hadn't already have deleted his channel, I think he'd be doing just that right now. There is a bonus round from Wally, so if you'd like to check that out, I encourage you all to go over to his channel, subscribe, and check it out. I'll leave the link in the description. Okay, I don't think we'll be hearing from that guy ever again. He has been thoroughly debunked twice. Before I go, another reminder about today's sponsor, Surfshark VPN. To take advantage of the one-time deal, go to surfshark.deals/SimonDan and use my code SimonDan to get 83% off and 1 extra month free. Right, that is all for this week. If you enjoyed it, then please do like and subscribe. It would be thoroughly appreciated. I've been Simon Dan. Have yourselves a great weekend, and I'll see you all on Tuesday for more Hans. See you then.
Yeah, you got a double hit there for Wally.
So, I know Dan's only just dropped the video.
Yeah, he's only got
But since the 10th, well, no, actually, we'll go the 9th. So since on the 9th on the Sunday, he's gone from 2.96 up to 3.12k. Has our Wally. As in subscribers, that is.
Yeah. Well, if he gets a couple out of it, that'd be great. Creaky has a vid out too. Creaky Blinder just posted a video. I was going to finish up soon anyway, so if anything's less than 10 minutes in a video, I'll play it, but I can't find anything that's that short. Creaky's goes for 15 minutes, that's a bit too long.
Oh, you just had another jump. 3.22 now.
Are you watching him on
on Social Blade?
Oh, okay.
3.22. Wally, you're climbing quickly.
You able to share that for him?
Should be able to. Just there.
So this is live, a live.
It's live kind of ish.
So
it's live.
So he's up to 3,220 subs.
Yeah.
And does it give you analytics of previous trend? Hasn't got that analytic on that site.
Yeah, I could, but. So that's his subscriptions and that's his views per video. And some reason he lost 10 subs there. What's that about? They must have been flat earthers or people. Actually, they could have been people that follow. Oh, no. Of course, that would have been the 10 stock accounts of that guy. Yeah, so it still hasn't updated here. It's still saying 3.12.
Well, how long ago did he hit 3? That was back in.
So no, that was only a couple of days ago. Sunday the 20. Sunday the 9th.
Mm-hmm.
He was at 2.96. and then Monday morning he went up to 3.08.
Right.
And he's at let's say Thursday. So from yesterday until today, he's got an extra 2. It hasn't come up on the subscription there though.
How many did it jump just from the time you were watching it?
So it's gone up to 3.23.
Well, it just went to 2.3. If Simon Dan's only just dropped it now, that's in the morning, so our morning. How long ago did Dan drop that the night before, or
No. He only literally just dropped that video
this morning?
not long ago.
This morning for Britain, that is, yeah.
For Britain, yeah. So you give it 24 hours from now, and then everyone would have seen it.
Yeah, because America haven't wake up to watch it.
Yeah, they've got another 4 hours or so before they'll start watching it.
Yeah. Yeah.
So yeah, well, we'll see how that goes.
Yeah.
We'll be watching you, Wally. Don't worry.
Yeah, we got our eyes on Wally.
Yeah, they are. Mippet said less than an hour ago. Is that Mad quietly snoring? It is, isn't it?
I'm trying to do it quietly.
He's trying to do it sneaky.
Oh dear. Minimize that. Leave that running in the background. Ugh.
So don't forget tomorrow night our time. We're talking about the moon and I have to go back. I have to go there just to remember the titles. Oh, where is it? Yeah. Okay. Does the Earth need the moon? So we're going to find out tomorrow night if the Earth needs the moon. Even though we've already watched a couple of spoilers through a couple of people already. Like Mr. Sensible, for example. Hint, hint.
Yeah, Mr. Sensible.
Yeah, Mr. Sensible already gave us something. We might have to throw his in again tomorrow night just as a refresher. Moon quiz? No, it's not a moon quiz.
Moon quiz.
But you can take it that way if you want, Mippet. So other announcements that I can think of. Going by. No, nothing there. No one else I can think of dropped anything in the last. Oh, Sir Sick did something, but I haven't got time to watch that now. That's last week. No, I'm going too far back. That's too far back, all that stuff. No good for me, that. And got here. No, I've watched all that stuff. So we'll finish up here. Usually a test after class, Sam. Yeah. Okay. Thanks for watching, Sam, Bob, Dartman, Mippet, Renee and me, John.
Wally.
Yeah, where's Wally? We don't know where Wally is, we just know he's somewhere. Who else is out here? Bob, already read Bob, John, Irish Stew, Boggs. I have to scroll up further and further. Who else has been here? No name?
Mippet wants to know where you buy your subs from.
I don't know yet. I know you
It's
can
a
buy them.
Subway.
Yeah, Subway, that's it.
Oh,
Okay.
and happy Valentine's Day, everyone.
Yeah, happy Valentine's Day to everybody. And we'll catch you tomorrow night, maybe. I know I'll be there.
Maybe.
I know I'll be
Yeah.
there.
Are you sure?
Yeah.
You better
How'd
be.
you know? Were you there?
Matt, say goodnight, Peanut Gallery.
Good night, Peanut Gallery.
Good night,
everyone.
YouTube.
Night, everyone.